Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. Summer at Blackwater Lake. The lake had no bottom, anyone could prove. That was what the locals said, and Vivian Hartwell, who had been told many things in her 18 years, and believed perhaps a third of them, believed this one immediately and without reservation. She stood at the end of the dock on her first morning at Blackwater Lodge and looked down into the water and understood it at once. The lake was keeping something back, and it would go on keeping it back regardless of what anyone required of it. She found this, for reasons she couldn't name, deeply consoling. She had needed consoling for some months. Her father had been dead a year, not a dramatic death. He'd simply stopped, like a clock, on an ordinary Tuesday, at his desk in the Gold Coast office where he spent more time than seemed to belong to any one house. Her mother had responded by tightening every visible arrangement of their life, as though grief, properly corseted, could be made to behave. The summer at Blackwater Lodge was part of this campaign, structured, tasteful, chaperoned. Her mother had invited Grant along, the son of her mother's best friend from college, about Vivian's age, and the two mothers had been working toward this pairing for months. He wore pressed slacks and never said anything that surprised her. Her mother had also packed two of Vivian's good dresses and said, as they drove north through Wisconsin, that a girl needn't put her whole heart into a summer friendship, but she might do worse. Vivian had looked out the window at the trees and said nothing. She had learned, since her father died, that there was a version of herself her mother needed. Composed, yielding, a girl who could be escorted through rooms without creating difficulty, and that this version was perfectly achievable. She'd been achieving it for months. She was very tired. She noticed the boy on the dock the first afternoon. Not because he was remarkable to look at, though he was not unremarkable. Tall, brown from outdoor work with the particular economy of movement that comes not from training, but from spending years doing things that matter. He was checking a motor. He looked at their arriving car the way he might look at weather, noting it, drawing a brief conclusion, returning to the motor. He did not perform indifference. He simply was indifferent, which was so unusual in her experience that she stood a moment longer than she intended, watching him go back to work. His name, she learned from the lodge owner's wife, was Calder Muir. His father had died in the spring. He'd been working the lodge full-time since then. She did not expect to speak to him. Girls from the North Shore of Chicago did not make a habit of speaking to boys who checked motors on docks in northern Minnesota. Not because such boys were lesser, but because the architecture of her world had no corridor connecting those rooms. She understood this architecture and worked within it, as one does, as everyone she knew did. But on her fifth morning she was on the dock at 6, drawing the boathouse in the mist. She drew every morning, the charcoal moving across the paper with the focused pleasure that was the closest she came to peace, and he walked past with a rope over his shoulder and said without slowing, "You're up early." "So are you," she said. "Work," he said. She held up the charcoal. "Also work." He glanced at the drawing without breaking stride, with an expression she couldn't read, and walked on. She looked back at the boathouse. Then she added his figure to the drawing. Just his back, already 10 paces away, the rope coiled over one shoulder, before she could decide not to. She'd been drawing people without their knowledge since she was 12. She did not consider it theft. The charcoal was simply honest about what looking was. You saw things that people didn't show you on purpose, and then you had to do something with what you'd seen. A drawing was a form of attention. It seemed to her more respectful than pretending she hadn't looked. She drew Grant that first week in several positions, and what the drawing showed, consistently and without her intending it, was a man performing at all times, even when he thought no one was watching, even when he sat alone with a drink in the Adirondack chair by the water in the evenings. There was something arranged about his posture, something readied. as though he were always just about to be seen. She did not show these drawings to anyone. She drew Calder Muir on a Thursday when they were repairing dockboards together in a light rain, a situation she had arrived at by offering simply to help, and which he had accepted with a wordless handedness of the second hammer that she found she liked very much. He did not explain things to her. He showed her what was needed and let her attempt it, and made no comment on the results either way, which was, she realised, the most respectful thing anyone had done for her in months. The drawing she made caught him in the act of driving a nail, not the movement itself, but the moment after, when his hand rested on the hammerhead and he assessed the result with a slight frown that was not displeasure but concentration. The frown of someone who holds work to a standard that exists independently of any witness. His face in that moment was entirely private. She had never seen her father's face that way. She had never seen Grant's face that way. She kept the drawing separate from the others. On the 8th evening, Grant declined the canoe on account of mosquitoes. He said it with such finality, the finality of a man who has already moved on to the next thing, that Vivian understood, not for the first time that summer, that he was elsewhere almost constantly. His body arrived in rooms. The rest of him was vague. She stood on the dock after he'd gone in and looked at the lake, which at that hour had turned the deep greenish black of old bottle glass. The mosquitoes were real. She felt them at her wrists and ankles, and she decided she didn't care, and she remained where she was. "I can take you out," said a voice behind her. Calder was there with a rope still in his hands, his work not quite finished. He said it without ceremony, without the performing a service quality that tinctured every such offer from the men she knew. He said it the way he had handed her the second hammer. "Here is a thing, if you want it." "You're not finished," she said. "It'll keep." She looked at him for a moment. In the low light she could not see his expression clearly, only the set of his jaw, which was careful. She thought, he is being careful, and she thought, so am I, and we're being careful for different reasons. "All right," she said. They paddled out past the lily beds in silence. The loons were calling on the far shore. That sound, she thought, that always arrived slightly wrong, slightly too human, so that you kept turning to locate the person who had made it, and there was never any person. Only the bird and the water and the indifferent pines. She trailed her hand over the gunwale. "Calder'll steal your breath," he said quietly from the stern. She left her hand in the water. It was very cold, the cold of deep things, and after a moment her hand began to ache with it. She left it in. She wasn't sure why, except that the ache felt accurate to something she'd been carrying since January and hadn't found a way to touch. "Your father died," she said. She had not planned to say it. A pause. The paddle entered and exited the water without a sound. "April," he said. "Mine last year, in January." Silence. Not an uncomfortable silence. The particular silence that forms between two people who are both sitting with the same quality of weight. The lake moved beneath them. A bat crossed low over the water and was gone. "I'm sorry," he said, which he said without any of the careful social distance that phrase usually carried. He said it as though he meant, "I know what that is." She pulled her hand from the water and held it against her chest, feeling the cold spread from her palm inward. Something had moved in her, not dramatically, but as water moves in a closed vessel when you tilt it, not going anywhere, only redistributing. "So am I," she said, and then, more quietly, "For yours too." She lay awake that night in the narrow bed under the eaves, listening to the lake. Sound travelled differently over water. The motor of a distant boat reached her, altered, stripped of its source, so that it might have been anything. She thought about the way he had said it'll keep, about the second hammer, about the drawing she had made and was keeping separate. She thought about her mother, asleep down the hall, who had packed the good dresses and the suitable young man and the summer's careful architecture. Her mother was not wrong about the world. Her mother was not wrong about the world. A girl in Vivian's position married a man with prospects. A man with prospects protected you from uncertainty. This was not cynicism. It was what her mother had learned from experience. Vivian turned in the bed and looked at the ceiling and thought, but what if the worst outcome is not poverty? What if the worst outcome is this? Lying in a bed listening to water, knowing you have spent your whole life being looked at by people who are not looking? She slept badly and rose before anyone. The days deepened into their second week. She and Calder developed, without naming it, a set of hours that belonged to them. Early morning on the dock, the occasional mechanical lesson, the motor, the bilge pump, the way to read weather on a lake by watching not the sky but the surface, and 3 evenings of what she came to think of as simply sitting near, which was more than it sounded. He was teaching her things, not performing instruction, actually, transferring knowledge, which felt very different. When he showed her how to tell an approaching squall by the way the water went suddenly smooth and too bright before the wind reached it, he was not showing her in order to be admired. He was showing her because it was true, and because knowing true things was, in his understanding, straightforwardly good. She'd spent years in classrooms with teachers who treated knowledge as a currency. This was something else. She taught him nothing, she felt, and this made her restless in a way she couldn't quite examine. What she had to offer, the drawings, the reading, the particular quality of her attention, these felt decorative beside what he gave. One afternoon she showed him a sketch she'd made of the near island, trying to catch the way the pines overhung the water in a particular gravity, and he looked at it for a long time without speaking, and then said, "The shadows are wrong. The water doesn't hold shadows like that until the sun's past 2 o'clock. She looked at the drawing. "You're right," she said. "The rest is good," he said, and gave it back to her. It was the most useful criticism she'd received about her work in memory, and she thought about it for days. One evening, the second week, maybe the third, she'd stopped counting with any precision. They sat on the dock after the lodge went quiet, and she asked about his father. He shrugged. "Trees shift, that's the work." She waited. The lake moved. An outboard somewhere distant putted towards silence. "They filed it as an act of nature," he said after a while. "Wind shift. Widowmaker fell wrong. Nobody's fault." "But," she said. He looked at her. His face was very still. "There's always a but," she said. "When they say nobody's fault, there's always a but that nobody says." The stillness held for a moment. Then, "I keep thinking about the splice in the secondary line, whether someone checked it the morning of, whether that was a thing someone could have done." He stopped, looked at the water, "whether my father knew and went out anyway." She sat with this. She did not rush to fill it. "That last part," she said finally, "that's the one you can't put down." "No," he said. "I know something about that," she said. "About fathers and the part you can't put down." He looked at her. "My father worked every day of his life," she said. "Loved it genuinely. I think he loved the office more than he loved being home. And I spent years, pretending I didn't know that, because knowing it felt like a kind of betrayal. Of him, maybe. Of the way things were supposed to be." She paused. "And then he died. And what I felt, in among the grief, was this awful clarity. Like, you knew. You always knew. You just needed permission to know it." She had not said this to anyone. Not to her mother, not to any of her friends in Chicago who had sent careful condolence notes on good stationery. Not to the pastor at the memorial, who had said her father was a man of great dedication, which was the truest thing said about him, and also the most devastating. Calder was quiet for a long while. "It wasn't your weight holding that tree up," she said. He exhaled slowly through his nose, looking at the water. Something in his shoulders released by a degree. "No," he said. "I suppose it wasn't." They sat in the dark for another hour. At no point did their shoulders touch. Vivian was aware of this with a precision that would have alarmed her had she been in the habit of being alarmed by herself. She was not in the habit. She had learned, young, the essential negotiation of being a certain kind of girl in a certain kind of world. You may want things, but you may not show that you want them, because wanting visibly is a form of vulnerability that others will use, not necessarily with malice, but with the reliable efficiency of people who've been taught that available power should be taken. So you want in private, you keep the wanting clean and contained, as you might keep a fire in a proper grate. But Calder Muir, she was discovering, was altering this arrangement without appearing to try. Not by pursuing her. He was not pursuing her. He was, if anything, doing the opposite, maintaining with elaborate care a respectful distance she both appreciated and found maddening, but simply by being what he was. A person who worked without performance, a person who said true things without ornament, a person who could sit in silence without needing to fill it, and in whose silence you somehow heard yourself more clearly than in anyone else's conversation. She lay in the narrow bed and thought, "This is inconvenient." She thought, "Mother would say this is more than inconvenient." She thought, "I know what Mother would say, and I have known it, and I have agreed with it, and I am lying in a bed in northern Minnesota listening to a lake, and I'm going to go on disagreeing with it anyway because the disagreement is the truest thing I have felt in a year." They nearly kissed behind the boathouse on a Tuesday evening. It happened the way such things do, not in a rush but through accumulation, the way a frost forms, not an event but the result of conditions holding past a threshold. She'd come around the corner of the boathouse with a drawing to show him. He'd been leaning against the planking with his arms crossed, looking at the water, and she had come very close to him before either of them registered it, and then neither of them stepped back. The moment held. The air between them was warm and very still. She was aware of several things simultaneously. The sound of voices from the lodge porch, distant. The smell of cut pine and outboard oil. The way he was looking at her, with an attention that was not performing itself, that was simply there, steadily, taking her in without deflection. She was also aware that she was frightened. Not of him. Of the size of what she felt, which had no precedent in her experience and therefore no container. "If I don't go back in now," she said softly, "they'll think something." She watched a muscle move in his jaw. "Yes," he said. She went in. She stood in her room for 10 minutes afterward, her back against the closed door, breathing. The fright and the wanting were indistinguishable from each other, which was, she recognized, the whole problem, and also possibly the whole point. The storm came in the 3rd week of August. She watched it build from the porch all afternoon, the western sky darkening in stages, the lake going slick and bright and wrong-looking before the wind reached them, and she thought, watching, about the way Calder had taught her to read a squall, and she thought that she had become someone who knew how to read a squall, which would have seemed implausible 3 weeks ago. She also thought about the Chicago businessman at the dinner table the previous evening, Calloway, pink and loud with money he had, not stopped referencing, who had watched Calder cross the room and said to the table generally, "Good help like that's hard to find," with the simple satisfaction of a man completing a sentence he had always known. As though Calder were a category, as though the category were sufficient. She'd felt something rise in her at that sentence, cold and precise, like the lake's cold rising when you swam out past the sandbar, and she had said nothing, because she was practiced at not saying things, because she was 18 and female and a guest at this lodge, and the social architecture was clear. She'd said nothing, and hated herself for it. The storm broke at 4. She stayed on the porch and watched lightning fracture the sky above the far pines. When the first boats came in, she counted them and found one missing. She waited. When the missing boat finally came to the dock in the full violence of the storm, Calder was at the stern. Calloway was at the bow, white-faced and sodden, and Calder brought them in one-handed. She could see even from the porch. The other arm held close to his body at an angle that meant something had gone wrong with the shoulder. He tied off the bowline. He helped Calloway onto the dock, and Calloway stood dripping, and she watched the colour come back into Calloway's face, the bluster returning like blood returning to a limb, and then she watched Calloway look at Calder and say something. She couldn't hear it, but she watched Calder's face while he said it, and she saw what moved through his face, and then close again, and it was the most painful thing she'd witnessed in recent memory. She found him in the boathouse an hour later. The storm was still running. His shoulder was bound with what he'd had available, which wasn't much. He was sitting on an overturned bucket in the lantern light, not particularly doing anything, which alarmed her more than activity would have. "Let me see," she said. "It's fine." "It isn't fine," she said with the directness that she felt him register. "Let me look at it." He was still for a moment. Then he allowed it. Not graciously, but genuinely, which was better. She checked the binding and found it had been done competently with the wrong materials and adjusted what she could. "I heard what he said," she said. "Calloway." He said nothing. She kept her hands at his shoulder, not from medical necessity, but because she needed to say the next thing, and wasn't sure she could say it with distance. "I have been called a great many things in my life that were less than I am," she said. "Every one of them was said by someone who had decided in advance what I was. It doesn't make them right. It makes them small." She felt him breathing. She could feel through her palms the precise tension of a person holding himself at great cost to a stillness that is not peace. "I don't see help," she said. "I see someone who held." He turned his head to look at her then, and she held the look, and she felt herself seen, and she felt herself seeing, and it was neither comfortable nor comfortable adjacent. It was, she thought, exactly the size of what she'd been trying to get to for years. And here it was, in a boathouse, in a storm, smelling of oil and wet wood. He pulled back, not from her, from the moment. She watched him close around it the way a fist closes, the knuckles going white with the effort. "Storm will clear by morning," he said. She lifted her hands. "Yes," she said. "I expect it will." She sat with what had happened in the boathouse for days, and what she sat with was this. She had told him something that was true and had meant to be enough, and it had not been enough, and she needed to understand why. Not because she was hurt. She'd been hurt before and knew its shape. This was different. This was the particular frustration of watching someone refuse a thing that would have helped them, out of a wound so old and deep it had become a conviction. She thought about this while Grant, who'd been scheduled to depart on a Friday, departed on a Friday. She watched his car raise dust on the gravel road. She felt nothing in particular. She felt, if anything, a kind of clarity. The clarity of a room after furniture is removed. September announced itself in the light. It arrived subtly, the way all true changes arrive. Not on a specific morning, but as an accumulation of mornings slightly different from the ones before, so that one day you looked up and the light was slant and gold and somehow elegiac, and the pines along the lake had started their slow withdrawal into themselves, and you understood that the thing was ending and had perhaps been ending for some time. Calder grew formal, not cold, formal, which is the distance that frightened people create when they have decided in advance how a thing will go. She had watched him assemble this formality day by day, like a man nailing boards over a window before a storm, and she had let him do it, and she had spent a week being angry with herself for letting him, and then she had stopped being angry and started thinking. She thought, He believes he can make this easier by retreating. He believes that if he maintains sufficient distance, the ending will be clean. She will drive away in the long black car and he will have protected himself by having never fully arrived. She thought, he's going to lose something real for the sake of losing it neatly. She thought, I am not going to let that happen. On her last evening she went to find him. He was on the dock in the late light, doing the end-of-season work, organising lines, checking the motor mounts for winter storage. She came down the dock and stood beside him and said, "One last canoe." "Wind's up," he said. "I know." He got the canoe. They paddled out in silence into the grey water, the wind working against them, requiring effort. She was grateful for the effort. It gave her hands something to do while she organised herself. She shipped her paddle and let him steer. "You think I'll leave and forget you?" she said. He kept paddling. "You will." She heard it then. Not the words, but the architecture beneath them. The conviction. The sentence he had built over months, maybe years, that went, "Anyone worth wanting will eventually discover I am not worth it." She recognised it not because she was perceptive, though she was, but because she had a version of the same sentence herself, and she knew how it worked, how it protected you by making the loss happen on your own terms, in advance, before anyone else could do it. "I won't," she said, "but you don't believe that, and I'm not going to spend the next 10 minutes proving it to you because I don't think proof is what's missing." He was quiet. "I think what's missing," she said carefully, "is that you've decided what I am, what my kind is, and you've decided before I've had a chance to be anything else, and I've done the same with myself, and I'm tired of it." She paused. "I'm very tired of being in advance of myself, of knowing how things end before they start." A long silence. The water moved under them, black and cold, keeping its depth. "I am ashamed," he said finally, very quietly, "of where I'm from, of being the thing that a summer leaves behind." "I know," she said. "Not knowing," he said. "Being. I am ashamed. It's not a belief I can argue out of. It lives in my chest like something I ate wrong and can't get rid of. Every time a man like Calloway talks to me, there it is." "Yes," she said. "I know what it is to live with something you can't argue out of. I've had one of my own for years." He looked at her. "The belief that wanting something, openly, without apology, will make me less admirable, less appropriate. That desire is a kind of indignity." She held his gaze. "I have been so careful. I have been so very careful for so long." The wind crossed the water. The pines moved on the shore. "I don't want to be careful tonight," she said. They beached the canoe on the south shore where the pines came down to the water in a thick privacy of dark, and the lodge lights were invisible, and the only sound was the lake and the wind high in the canopy above them. The sky had cleared. Stars were coming in over the east tree line in that extravagant northern way, arriving in quantities the city sky never permitted. She stepped out of the canoe. He had pulled the canoe up, and now he stood in the pine needles a few feet from her, and the distance between them was nothing. 3 steps, and they both knew it, and neither of them moved for a moment, and in that moment she felt the full size of the thing, the size of what was actually available to a person if they chose to stop making themselves small enough to be safe. She stepped toward him. When they kissed, it had the quality of a door opened after a long time closed, a release of pressure, a change, of air, a sense of entering a room that had been there all along and only needed this. It had weight and history. Both of them were trembling slightly, she realised, not from cold. She felt the trembling in his hands at her waist, and recognised it as the thing underneath the restraint, the thing that had always been underneath the restraint. His injured shoulder made him careful, as she had known it would, gently careful, necessarily careful, the body imposing a tenderness that pride might otherwise have overcome, and she was grateful for it, because careful was what she needed too. Not timid, careful, attentive to the other person's weight, to the exact nature of the ground. She guided him where guidance was needed without either of them remarking on it. At one point he pulled back enough to look at her, really look, with the full quality of attention she had first noticed in him on the dock, that undiluted looking that bypassed performance entirely, and she understood he was trying to determine if she was still choosing, if the choice was still real. She took his face in her hands, her drawing hands, the hands that knew what people looked like when no one was watching. "Still here," she said. His mouth found hers again, and this time there was no hesitation in it. Her hands moved to his hair, his neck pulling him closer. He made a sound low in his throat, and she felt it through her whole body. They moved deeper into the shelter of the pines where the canopy blocked the starlight. The ground was softer there, thick with fallen needles. She pulled him down with her and he came carefully, favouring his good shoulder. Her hand went to his side to steady him and stayed there, feeling the heat of him through his shirt. His mouth left hers to trace along her jaw, down to her neck. She tilted her head back and heard herself make a sound she didn't recognise. His name, maybe, or just breath shaped into wanting. "Vivian," he said against her throat, just that, just her name. Her hands found his shoulders, the exact shape of them, the particular tension in the muscles. She traced down his back and felt him shiver despite the warmth. They came back together, mouths finding each other in the dark, hungry now, less careful. His hand moved to her waist, to her hip, and she arched into the touch. They broke apart only to breathe, and then couldn't stand the distance. Her fingers tangled in his hair. His hand cupped the back of her neck. They kissed until her mouth felt swollen, until she had mapped the taste of him, the particular way he breathed when he was trying to stay quiet and couldn't quite manage it. He pulled back to look at her. Really look. His eyes searching hers in the dim light filtering through the pines. She pulled him back down. Not yet. Not done. When they finally stopped, it was because the cold had come in from the lake, insistent, and because her hands had found the buttons of his shirt and his hand had moved to the small of her back under her dress, and they both knew at the same moment that one more touch would carry them past the place where stopping was possible. He rolled onto his back, breathing hard. She stayed close, her head on his good shoulder. Above them, through gaps in the canopy, stars were coming out in impossible numbers. He was quiet in the way he was quiet when he was fully present and not managing distance, which she had learned to distinguish from other kinds of quiet. She looked up at the stars and felt his hand find hers in the dark. "What happens?" he said after a long time. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Northwestern. Yes. And after. I don't know that either." She paused. "That's true. I'm not saying it to be kind." "I know," he said. Another silence. "I'm going to take the courses," he said. "Forestry management. Safety codes. I've been..." He stopped. "I've been waiting for something, I think. Some permission I was supposed to give myself." A pause. "Maybe I've been giving it to the wrong person." She thought about this. She thought about her mother, asleep in the lodge. She thought about the careful dresses and the suitable young man, both of them packed for a version of this summer that had not quite been the one that occurred. "I'm going to draw you," she said. "Properly, not just a sketch. When I'm back in Chicago, I'm going to do a proper portrait. From memory." "Why?" "Because I want something to show for what I know," she said. "Something true." He was quiet for a while, then, "Send it to me, when it's done." "Yes," she said. They lay there until the cold came fully in from the water, and then they lay a little longer, and the lake moved on the shore in its slow, indifferent way, keeping its depth, keeping its secrets, being simply what it was and nothing more or less. She was gone by the time he reached the lodge in the morning. He had not expected otherwise. On the dock post where she usually left her coffee cup in the early mornings, there was a rolled paper. He knew before he unrolled it what it would be. His own face in charcoal in profile, not looking at anything identifiable, looking at something past the edge of the page. The quality she had captured was not the handsomeness or strength men were supposed to want to look, but something more uncomfortable and more real. The look of a person not yet certain of his own ground, standing on it anyway. He turned it over. You're not small because your town is. And underneath, in smaller writing, the shadows on the water. You were right. I went back and fixed them. He stood on the dock for a long time with the drawing in his hands. The morning mist was on the water. A loon called across the distance. The sound arrived as it always did, altered by its crossing, its origin dissolved, its essential nature intact. He took the courses that winter, then more courses, then a certificate, and then further study that led him by a route he had not planned, but could in retrospect trace as inevitable, to a specialisation in safety and site management that became, over 3 years, the operational foundation of Blackwater Lodge's transformation. He implemented the protocols. He renegotiated the supplier contracts. He raised the wages and named the workers by name in writing, and held the line when it cost him to hold it. He did all of this because it was necessary, and because he had been trained to do what was necessary without needing it observed or celebrated. But he also did it because a girl had said you're not small because your town is, and he had discovered that you could be changed by a sentence if the sentence was true, and you were ready to hear it. He wrote to her. She wrote back. Their correspondence had its own character. His letters were short and factual, containing more than they declared. Hers were long and associative, drawing connections between ideas in ways that he read and reread, not because they were difficult, but because they rewarded rereading, like a landscape that shows you different things in different light. She sent the portrait in March. He opened it in his room in the Duluth rooming house and held it under the lamp for a long time. She'd gotten something he hadn't expected. Not the profile from the dock, but something else. His face turned slightly toward the light, with an expression he didn't recognize from the inside but recognized, seeing it captured as true. The expression of a man learning to believe he's allowed to want things. He framed it. He hung it where he could see it from his desk. She graduated from Northwestern in June, 3 years after that summer. She had done her best work there, drawings and then paintings, a professor who used the word rigorous for the first time in her hearing, which felt like the first word of a language she had always spoken without knowing it had a name. She turned down an offer from New York which surprised everyone except herself for reasons she examined carefully and found were not fear. She moved to a city that was not Chicago and was not Duluth, but was close enough to northern Minnesota that she could drive a road north in summer through pine country and feel something in her chest that was not quite homesickness, but was related to it. The ache for a particular quality of silence, a particular darkness of water, a particular way a person could look at the horizon as though the horizon was a thing they were in conversation with. She wrote him a letter in October. I've spent 3 years becoming someone I'm not ashamed of. I think you have too. I don't know what we are. I think we've never known what we are, and I've decided I don't need to know in advance. I'm coming north, not for a season. He was on the dock when she arrived, not because he had timed it, because that was where he was when she pulled up on the gravel road in a car she had bought herself, small, practical with charcoal dust. On the passenger seat she had not thought to clean. He was checking a motor. He put it down. She came down the dock and stood in front of him. The lake was behind him, still and dark, the October surface holding the last of the day's light. She looked at him. He looked at her. All the years were in it, none of it resolved, all of it present, chosen anyway. I fixed the shadows, she said. The corner of his mouth moved. I know, he said. I could tell from the letter. She looked at the lake. He looked at her. "The spare room in the main lodge," he said. "I had it converted. North-facing windows. Good light." She turned back to him. "For drawing," he said. She held the look. The lake moved. The loons were out somewhere on the dark water, their calls crossing the distance in that altered way. Origin dissolved, essential nature intact. Not the sound of mourning, she thought. Not exactly. The sound of something committed to its crossing. "Show me," she said. The last bus to Odessa. The bus smelled like 18 years of spilled coffee and broken dreams. Kimberly Ramirez pressed her fingers against her temple, willing away the headache that had been building since O'Hare. She'd specifically chosen the last bus to Odessa because she thought it would be empty, a chance to decompress before facing her family's inevitable questions about why she was arriving at her sister's wedding alone. Again. "Ladies and gentlemen," the driver's voice crackled through the intercom, "we're experiencing some mechanical difficulties. We'll be pulling into Cedar Falls for emergency repairs." Through the frost-laced window, Kimberly watched the landscape transform from urban sprawl to endless Iowa farmland, now being swallowed by what the weather app euphemistically called winter precipitation. She counted exactly one other passenger, a guy in his late 20s wearing a thrift store sweater, hunched over a notebook like it contained state secrets. When the bus lurched into the station, a glorified shack with peeling paint, she finally got a better look at him. Scruffy brown hair that definitely hadn't seen a professional in months, wire-rimmed glasses slightly askew, and the kind of expression her divorce clients wore when they still believed in happy endings. "Folks, I'm afraid we're looking at an overnight stay," the driver announced, his voice carrying the weariness of someone who'd delivered this news too many times. "There's a waiting room inside. Heat works most of the time." The poet, she'd decided to call him that based on his notebook, bounded off the bus with an optimism that made her teeth ache. He held the door open for her, offering a smile that was either genuine or insane. In her experience, the two often overlapped. "Thanks," she muttered, pulling her coat tighter. The wind hit like a personal insult. Inside the depot, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly green tint. The poet claimed a bench near an ancient space heater, while Kimberly chose the opposite corner, maximising distance and minimising the chance of conversation. Her phone displayed 17 missed calls from her mother and a text from her sister. "Where are you?" "Could be worse," the poet called out, apparently mistaking her visible distress for an invitation to chat. "At least we're not camping." Kimberly studied him over her phone. Up close she noticed flour dusting his sweater cuffs and a callus on his middle finger that spoke of excessive pen use. "You do this often? Get stranded in Iowa." "First time, actually. I usually fly, but..." He gestured vaguely at his notebook. Writer's retreat in Nebraska got cancelled. Decided to turn the trip into material. "Ah, a writer." She loaded the word with all the disdain 8 years of family law had equipped her with. In her experience, artists and alimony rarely mixed well. "Jake Morrison," he offered, extending a hand she didn't take. "Kimberly." The lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then steadied, as if the building was gathering courage for what came next. "So," Jake said, apparently immune to social cues, "what's your story? Business trip? Family obligation? Secret rendezvous? Wedding? Sisters? Tomorrow?" She punctuated each word like separate sentences, hoping he'd get the hint. "Ah, the classic wedding anxiety. Been there. Well, not to my sister's. I don't have one. But weddings in general. Emotional minefields." Her phone battery dropped to 15%. Perfect. "Look," she said, turning to face him properly for the first time. "I'm not great at small talk. I'm going to sit here, try to figure out how to explain to my sister why I'll probably miss her wedding. and generally contemplate my life choices. You're welcome to do whatever poets do in blizzards." He blinked, then laughed. Not the nervous kind she expected, but something genuine and warm. Fair enough, though for the record, poets in blizzards mostly think about how snow is a metaphor for everything. Despite herself, her mouth twitched. Everything? Purity, death, new beginnings, the blank page, the silence between words, the way, okay, I get it. But she was almost smiling now, which annoyed her. She didn't smile at poets. She barely smiled at opposing counsel when they finally conceded. Her phone died with a tiny chime that sounded exactly like resignation. "Oh no," she whispered. "Blessing in disguise," Jake offered. "Now you can't check your emails. Now I can't call my sister, or my mother, or anyone." True. He considered this. But also, now you have to be here. Really here. With Iowa, and me, and... He gestured around the depot. "Whatever this is." A rat scurried across the floor. The lights flickered again. The heater made a concerning grinding noise. "This," Kimberly said slowly, "might be the worst night of my life." "Might be," Jake agreed cheerfully. "Or we could make it. Interesting. Want to hear about the dream I had last week about a bakery that sells temporal pastries?" She stared at him. Really stared. This guy, this broke-looking, overly optimistic poet, was suggesting they pass time with bedtime stories like children at a sleepover. "You're insane," she declared. "Probably, but I'm also not wrong. We've got..." He checked his phone. 8 hours minimum. Could wallow in misery. Could practice small talk about the weather. Or we could tell stories. Real ones. Weird ones. The kind you usually keep locked away. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, Kimberly heard herself laugh. Not the bitter bark she used in depositions, but something rusty and surprised. "You know what? Why the hell not? But I'm warning you, my stories aren't pretty." "Good," Jake's voice came through the dark. "Neither are mine." The emergency lighting kicked in 20 minutes later, bathing them in an amber glow that made everything look sepia-toned and unreal. Jake had migrated closer, carrying the space heater like a peace offering. "So," he said, settling onto the bench beside her. Not close enough to be presumptuous, but close enough that she could see his notebook up close. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, sketches, coffee stains. Ground rules for story time? Kimberly considered this. In her profession, everything had rules, boundaries, clearly defined terms. No lies of omission, and nothing we wouldn't tell our therapists. Brutal honesty. I like it. He flipped through his notebook. Ladies first? Or should I lead with the temporal bakery? God, start with the bakery. I need to warm up to brutal honesty. Jake's face lit up with a kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for children and religious converts. Okay, so picture this. There's this bakery, right? Hidden between a dry cleaner and a shop that only sells left shoes. Don't ask why, that's a different story. The sign just says, yesterday's tomorrow, and the hours are flexible. Flexible how? They open when you need them to, not when you want them to, when you need them. Anyway, they don't sell regular pastries. They sell moments. Like you bite into a croissant and suddenly you're 5 again, sitting in your grandmother's kitchen while she teaches you to fold paper airplanes. Or you take a sip of their coffee and you're experiencing your first kiss, except this time you don't bump noses. Despite herself, Kimberly was leaning in. What's the catch? The catch is, you can't choose which moment you get, and sometimes... He paused, his enthusiasm dimming slightly. Sometimes you bite into something that tastes like goodbye, like the last time you saw someone you loved, and you didn't know it was the last time. The heater hummed between them. Outside, the storm was picking up, rattling the windows in their frames. My mum, he continued quietly, had dementia, Alzheimer's. And for the last 2 years, I kept thinking I'd go to that bakery if it existed, buy a whole tray of eclairs or whatever, just to have one more real conversation with her. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable shifting in her chest. When did she die? 8 months ago. She didn't remember me for the last 6 months, but I kept visiting anyway. Read her poetry, mine and others. I think she liked the rhythm of it, even when the words didn't mean anything to her anymore. They sat in silence for a moment, the kind of silence that felt necessary rather than awkward. "My turn?" she asked finally. "Your turn." She took a breath. "Okay, real story. About 5 months ago I had this case. Divorce, obviously. 22 years of marriage, 2 kids, the whole suburban dream. The wife came to me because she'd found texts on her husband's phone. But here's the thing, the texts weren't what you'd expect. Not an affair? No, he was texting his dead brother, like full conversations. Hey Jim, kid got into college. Jim, Sarah made meatloaf again, count your blessings. Jim, I think I'm losing myself in this marriage." Jake was quiet, processing. Was he talking to someone pretending to be his brother? No, he had his brother's old phone, charged it every night, would write these texts but never send them, just saved them in drafts, for 3 years, after the accident. Jesus. The wife thought he was having some elaborate affair. Turns out he was just grieving, still. But she couldn't understand why he'd never told her, and he couldn't understand why she'd snooped. And I'm sitting there thinking about all the things I don't tell people, all the conversations I have with ghosts. What happened? They're still married, counselling. The husband keeps texting his brother, but now the wife reads them sometimes. Says it helps her understand him better than 20 years of actual conversation. Jake nodded slowly. My dad left when I was 12. I wrote him letters for years. Never sent them. Still have them in a shoebox somewhere. What do they say? Mostly questions. Why he left. Whether it was because of something I did. Whether he thinks about us. Whether he knows I tried to be the man of the house at 12 and failed spectacularly. The lights flickered again, and this time they heard a transformer explode somewhere in the distance. They were fully committed to emergency lighting now. Your turn, Kimberly said, and make it weird. Jake grinned, and she realised she liked his smile. Not in a professional networking way, but in a way that made her stomach do something complicated. Okay, weird story. True story. When I was 16, I got a job at this movie theatre in Des Moines. Wait, you're from Iowa? Born and raised. Don't hold it against me. Anyway, this theatre had been there since the 50s, and on slow nights, I'd sneak into Screen 7 to do my homework. Screen 7 was weird. The movies changed. Changed how? Like you'd put in The Princess Bride, but the movie that played would be The Princess Bride if Wesley had actually died, or if Buttercup had married Humperdinck out of spite, or if the whole thing was a metaphor for the Cold War. That's impossible. Right? That's what I thought. So I started documenting it, bringing friends, testing different movies. Turns out Screen 7 showed alternate endings. Not just alternate versions. It showed what would happen if the characters made different choices. And nobody else noticed. The manager knew, said it had been happening since 1967. Said some nights the screen would just go blank for 20 minutes and people would emerge crying or laughing or completely silent. Said management kept it quiet because it was good for business. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. You're making this up. Am I? I can draw you a map. Fine. What did you watch? Everything I could get my hands on. But there was one rule. You could only watch each movie once. After that, Screen 7 would just show the regular version, no matter how many times you tried. What was your favourite alternate ending? It's a Wonderful Life, where George Bailey decides to leave Bedford Falls, becomes a travel writer, sees the world, falls in love with a war correspondent in London, comes back 20 years later as a stranger, walks through town, realises most people are better off without him, Not bitter, just different, more complex. That's dark. No, that's the thing. It wasn't dark. It was true. Like brutally, uncomfortably true about how sometimes the best thing you can do for people is not be their everything. She looked at him then. Really looked. This scruffy poet with flour on his cuffs and stories about magic bakeries was saying something she'd never heard from anyone else. Not from her clients who clung to marriages like life rafts. Not from her mother who still asked when she was going to settle down. Not from herself in 17, years of dating men who made sense on paper. My turn, she said. Really weird story. Also true. Hit me. I keep a list. On my phone. Well, kept, before it died. A list of all the couples I've divorced and why they split. Not for legal reasons, just personal curiosity. How many couples? 347. And you know what the number one reason is? It's not infidelity. It's not money problems. It's not even the in-laws. What is it? They stop being curious about each other. Like truly curious. Not how was your day curious. More like, what do you dream about when you dream in colour curious? They start seeing each other as functions. Wife function. Husband function. And then one day they realise they're living with a stranger who just happens to share their Netflix password. Jake was quiet for a long moment. That's the most depressing thing I've ever heard. Is it? I always thought it was hopeful. How? Because curiosity isn't finite. You can get it back. If you want to. If you're brave enough to admit you don't know everything about the person you've been sleeping next to for 20 years. The storm outside had turned into something biblical. Snow pressed against the windows until they couldn't see out anymore. The depot felt like a spacecraft, untethered from the real world. Tell me something you've never told anyone, Jake said suddenly. For real. Kimberly hesitated. This was dangerous territory. The kind of conversation that happened in therapy or AA meetings or 3 a.m. phone calls you regretted in the morning. I've never been in love, she heard herself say. Not really. I thought I was, a few times, but it was always strategic. Like I picked men the way I pick cases. Good chance of success. Limited risk of catastrophic failure. Why? Because, she said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears. My dad left when I was 9. Just vanished. No note, no forwarding address. And my mum fell apart. Completely. Couldn't get out of bed for months. I had to feed my little sister, check her homework, lie to teachers. I swore I'd never let anyone have that much power over me. So you became a divorce lawyer. So I became a divorce lawyer, and I'm very good at it. I protect people from the fallout of failed love, document it, quantify it, divide it into equitable portions. But you don't let yourself feel it. Feeling it is the problem. That's what breaks people. The feeling. Jake reached into his bag and pulled out a thermos. Coffee? It's probably awful. Bus station vending machine, but at least it's warm. She accepted the cup, their fingers brushing briefly. The coffee was indeed awful, but the warmth was perfect. My turn for radical honesty, Jake said. I'm not really going to a poetry retreat. Colour me shocked. No, I mean, there is no retreat. I made it up. I'm actually running away. My ex-fiancé married my brother 6 weeks ago. Big wedding. Whole family there, except me. I told them I had a retreat. Booked a bus ticket to nowhere. Been riding buses for 3 days. Kimberly felt her lawyer instincts kicking in. Your brother? My older brother, Seth. The responsible one. The one who took over the family farm. The one everyone always said would make something of himself. Unlike me, the artsy loser who went to college for creative writing. When did you find out? About them. 6 months ago. Grace, my ex, said she needed space to think. Then she started spending time at the farm, getting to know my family better. By the time I realised what was happening, they were engaged. And your family knew? Mum called it a blessing. Said Grace had always fit in better with them anyway. Said maybe now I'd come to my senses and settle down. Jesus. The worst part, she's right. Grace does fit in. She laughs at Seth's jokes about crop yields. She makes perfect dinner rolls from scratch. She never once complained about living in a town with one stoplight. She's everything I'm not. Kimberly found herself getting angry on his behalf, which was new. And what does she do? First grade teacher, she's amazing with kids, patient, nurturing, the kind of person who knows how to make Halloween costumes from scratch. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? I meant, does she write? Does she see the world like you do? Does she understand why someone would drive 500 miles for a poetry reading, or stay up until 3 a.m. because the words are finally coming, right? Jake blinked at her. No, she doesn't. Then she's not amazing. She's just someone else. Someone who probably needed to marry your brother more than she needed to understand you. When did you become a relationship counsellor? I've been one for years. I just usually see people after everything's already broken. At 2 a.m, the space heater gave up with a sound like a dying robot. The temperature dropped immediately, visible breath forming between them in the amber light. Well, Jake said, rubbing his hands together, this is cosy. That's one word for it. Kimberly was already shivering. Her business-appropriate wool coat hadn't been designed for Iowa blizzards. Here. Jake dug into his backpack and produced a mess of scarves, what appeared to be a spare sweater, and several bus blankets he'd apparently hoarded. Emergency supplies, Boy Scout training die hard. You were a Boy Scout? Eagle Scout, actually. Which is ironic considering I can't tie my shoes properly half the time. She accepted a scarf and watched him create a nest of sorts on the bench. Despite everything, the cold, the circumstances, the fact that she was about to miss her sister's wedding, she felt oddly calm. Kimberly, Jake said carefully, we should probably share. Body heat. Purely practical. She raised an eyebrow. Smooth. No, I mean, God, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I just meant, Jake. Yeah? Shut up and make room. She settled next to him, careful to maintain some distance even as they arranged the blankets. The intimacy felt strange. She hadn't shared space like this with anyone in... She couldn't remember how long. Better? He asked. Better? They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching their breath mist in the cold air. Kimberly found herself studying his profile in the dim light. He had the kind of face that was interesting rather than conventionally handsome. Too angular, features too thoughtful, but there was something about the way he held himself that suggested he was comfortable with exactly who he was. Can I ask you something? She said finally. After everything we've shared tonight, you're still asking permission? Fair point. Why poetry? Jake considered this, absently tapping his pen against his notebook. My mom used to read to me, not just kids' books, real poetry. Neruda, Dickinson, Hughes. I was maybe 6 and I didn't understand most of it, but I loved the sound, the rhythm, the way words could stack on top of each other and suddenly mean something completely different. And then Dad left and she kept reading. More, actually. Like poetry was the only thing that made sense when nothing else did. I started writing my own when I was 12. Terrible stuff, but it helped. What did you write about? Everything 6-year-olds write about when they're trying to make sense of the world. Why the sky's blue, where the dogs dream, why dads sometimes don't come home. Kimberly felt something uncomfortable in her chest. Not pity exactly, but recognition. I started planning when my dad left. Everything. Every day mapped out. Homework schedule, meal plan, chore chart. Control was my poetry. Did it help? Yes and no. I never missed a deadline, never forgot anything. But I also never relaxed. Never let things just be messy and uncertain. Until tonight. Yeah, until tonight, when I'm literally stuck in Iowa with a poet and no phone and my entire family probably thinks I've been murdered. There are worse fates. Are there? But she was smiling. Jake pulled his notebook closer. Want to hear something I wrote tonight? While you were glaring at your dying phone? Let me guess. Haiku about blizzards being metaphors for the human condition? Worse. Free verse about accidental companionship. Oh God. Yes, absolutely. Hit me with your worst. He cleared his throat dramatically. Stranded, an ode to Cedar Falls Depot, by Jake Morrison. Two strangers walk into a blizzard. Sounds like the start of a bad joke, but here we are, trading stories like currency while winter holds us hostage. She counts broken marriages like rosary beads. I collect metaphors like other people collect stamps. Neither of us planned this unexpected confession booth, this Arctic waiting room of truth. But sometimes the best stories are the unplanned ones, the detours that force you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Kimberly was quiet for a long moment. That's not terrible. High praise from a divorce lawyer. I mean it. It's... She struggled to find the right words. It's honest. And honesty is rare in my line of work. Honesty is rare everywhere. True. She hesitated. Can I tell you something? And promise not to psychoanalyze it or turn it into a poem? Promise. I think I engineered this. Subconsciously. Engineered what? Missing the wedding. I took the last bus when I could have flown. Didn't leave myself any backup options. Like part of me wanted to have an excuse not to be there. Why? Because watching other people get married is hard when you've spent 8 years helping people get divorced. Because my sister is perfect and I'm not. Because she's getting everything our mother wanted for us. And I'm 35 and still don't know what I want for myself. Maybe that's not a bug, it's a feature. How so? Maybe not knowing what you want means you're still open to possibilities. Maybe perfection is overrated. Maybe... He stopped abruptly. What? I was about to say something disgustingly optimistic and poetic. Caught myself just in time. She laughed. A real laugh this time. Don't hold back on my account. I'm stuck here anyway. Fine. Maybe the universe stuck us here because we both needed to stop running. You from the idea that love equals catastrophe. Me from the idea that I'm not good enough for anyone who actually knows me. That's the most disgustingly optimistic thing I've ever heard. I warned you. They were sitting closer now, the cold and the conversation drawing them together incrementally. Kimberly noticed details she'd missed before. The way Jake's hands moved when he talked, the small scar on his left eyebrow, the fact that he smelled like coffee and something else, maybe lavender soap. Jake, she said softly. Yeah? I'm glad we're stuck here. He turned to look at her and something passed between them. Not quite a decision, but an acknowledgement. The space between them felt charged, electric. Kimberly, don't talk, she said and leaned in. The kiss was tentative at first, then deeper. Jake tasted like terrible coffee and hope. Kimberly felt something crack open in her chest. Not breaking, but opening. Like a door she'd kept locked for years, finally giving way. When they pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. That was, Jake started. Yeah. Are we... I don't know. She rested her forehead against his. I haven't done this in a very long time. Done what? Kiss someone without a 3-year plan, he laughed softly. How does it feel? Terrifying. Also, she paused, considered lying, decided against it. Also right. They kissed again, slower this time, hands finding their way under sweaters and scarves. The depot felt like their own private universe, the storm outside creating a bubble where normal rules didn't apply. We should probably, Jake murmured against her neck, talk about what this means. Or, Kimberly said, surprised by her own boldness, we could not talk for a while. I like the second option better. They didn't sleep much that night. Between kisses and whispered conversations and the increasingly creative ways they found to share body heat under the thin blankets, sleep seemed less important than this moment, this connection, this unexpected gift they'd been given by a broken-down bus and a Midwest blizzard. Around 4 a.m, wrapped in Jake's arms with the snow still falling outside, Kimberly had a thought that would have terrified her 12 hours earlier. Maybe her sister's wedding wasn't the most important thing happening that weekend after all. "You're thinking too loud," Jake murmured, half asleep. "Sorry, just processing." "Process later. Sleep now?" "Yeah," she said, settling more comfortably against him. "Sleep now." But she didn't sleep. Instead, she lay there listening to Jake's breathing, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and marvelling at the fact that she wasn't panicking. For the first time in years, she wasn't making contingency plans or exit strategies, or calculating the probability of disaster. She was just here, present, with this man who wrote poems about melancholy bakeries and alternate movie endings and who kissed like every moment mattered. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside their makeshift shelter, Kimberly felt warmer than she had in years. The replacement bus arrived at 7:15 a.m, its headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. Kimberly woke to the sound of an engine and the feeling of Jake's arms still around her. For a moment she stayed perfectly still, trying to hold on to the dreamlike quality of the night. Then reality crashed in like cold water. "Jake," she whispered, shaking him gently. "The bus is here." He blinked awake, momentarily confused, then seemed to remember where he was. His smile was soft, intimate in a way that made her stomach flip. "Morning," he said, voice rough with sleep. "Morning." They disentangled themselves awkwardly, gathering scattered scarves and blankets. Kimberly caught a glimpse of herself in the depot's dusty mirror and winced. Her carefully styled hair was a disaster, makeup smudged, business clothes rumpled beyond repair. "You look beautiful," Jake said, as if reading her mind. "I look like I spent the night in a bus station." "Exactly. Beautiful." Her phone had regained just enough battery to turn on, immediately buzzing with a cascade of missed calls and texts. 43 missed calls from her mother, 17 from her sister. Text messages filled with increasing panic. "Oh God," she muttered, scrolling through them. "Mum thinks I'm dead. Rosa thinks I've been abducted. Someone apparently called the police." "You should call them." "I know, but..." She looked at him helplessly. "How do I explain this? How do I explain you?" Something shifted in Jake's expression. "You don't have to explain me. That's not what I meant." But it was too late. The magic of the night was already evaporating, replaced by the harsh light of morning and all the complications they'd temporarily forgotten. "Look," Jake said, pulling on his jacket. "We should probably talk about what happened, what it means." "Jake, no, it's okay. I know this was just circumstance. We were stuck. We got caught up in the moment. I'm not expecting..." "Would you shut up for a second?" Kimberly surprised herself with her vehemence. "You're doing that thing where you decide what other people feel before they get a chance to tell you." He closed his mouth, looking uncertain. "I don't know what last night means," she continued. "I don't know how to integrate made out with a poet in a bus station during a blizzard into my regular life. But I know it wasn't just circumstance. I don't do that. I don't kiss people because I'm bored or cold or emotionally compromised." "So what was it?" "I don't know." The admission came out louder than she intended. "I plan everything, Jake. Everything. And this, none of this was planned. And it should terrify me, but it doesn't. And that terrifies me even more." Jake was quiet for a long moment. Then, "What if we don't figure it out right now?" "What?" "What if we get on the bus and you go to your sister's wedding and I continue my journey to nowhere and we just see..." "See what?" "See if this feeling survives outside of this depot. See if curiosity is enough to bridge whatever gap exists between a divorce lawyer from Chicago and a runaway poet from Iowa." She studied his face, looking for signs of false hope or naive optimism. But his expression was clear. honest. "I have to go to the wedding," she said finally. "I know. It's important to my family. I know. But after, Kimberly took a deep breath. This was insane. Everything about this was insane. But standing there in the cold morning light still, tasting coffee and possibility on her lips, she couldn't make herself care about being sensible. "Come with me," she said. Jake's eyes widened. "To the wedding?" "No, God, no. That would be complicated. But to Odessa. We're both going there anyway. We could continue this conversation. Maybe grab dinner. See if anything we said at 3 a.m. still makes sense in daylight. You want to date me? I want to see you again. Beyond that, I have no idea." A slow smile spread across Jake's face. "I accept your terrifying lack of a plan. We're doing this. We're seeing what happens. Small distinction, but important for commitment-phobic divorce lawyers." She punched him in the arm. "Don't psychoanalyze me. Wouldn't dream of it. Come on, our chariot awaits." On the bus they sat together but didn't talk much. The other passengers, more of them this time, created a buffer of reality that made late-night confessions seem impossible. Kimberly called her mother, managed to calm the worst of her fears, and arranged to meet her sister at the church. Jake wrote in his notebook, occasionally showing her snippets. Observations about the landscape, fragments of poems, a sketch of her profile that she secretly loved but pretended to hate. When they reached Des Moines for the connection, Jake stood to transfer to a different bus. "This is me," he said. "My bus to Nebraska leaves in 20 minutes. "No," Kimberly said, making a decision she'd been mulling over for the last hour. "This is us." "What?" "I'm getting off here too, taking the next bus to Odessa, with you." "But your sister's wedding." "Will survive without me for a few more hours, and I'll still make the reception, which is the part with the open bar anyway." Jake stared at her. "You're sure? I mean, I wasn't actually going to Nebraska. I just picked a direction. I'm not sure about anything, but I'm doing it anyway." They switched buses together, settling into seats near the back. This time Jake took her, hand openly, threading their fingers together. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For what?" "For taking a chance. For being curious. For not running away from whatever this is." Kimberly squeezed his hand. "Don't thank me yet. You haven't met my family." "Fair point. How terrifying are we talking?" "On a scale of 1 to root canal?" "Yeah." "Full-on dental surgery without anesthesia. Great, can't wait. But first we need to establish some ground rules." "More rules? This sounds serious." "It is. No mentioning that we met because you were running away from your brother's wedding." "Check. No poetry about anyone named Rosa or Kimberly Sr." "Check. And absolutely no hand-holding in front of my great-aunt Teresa. She asks invasive questions." "How invasive?" "Last family wedding, she asked my cousin Rebecca when she was planning to give her parents grandchildren approximately 18 times in 3 hours. Noted. No hand-holding. Unless I initiate it. Complicated rules. For pretend not dating. We're not pretending anything. We're just being discreet about our lack of plan." Jake laughed, the sound attracting attention from other passengers. "Has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly endearing when you're trying to maintain professional distance?" "No. Usually people just find me intimidating." "Oh, you're definitely intimidating, but also endearing. It's a compelling combination." The bus rolled on through the Iowa countryside past farms covered in fresh snow that sparkled in the morning sun. Kimberly found herself relaxing into the journey, into the uncertainty, into the warmth of Jake's hand in hers. At 11 a.m, her phone rang. Rosa. "Where the hell are you?" her sister's voice shrieked through the speaker. "On a bus. I'll be there for the reception, I promise." "That's not good enough, Kim. Mum is having a meltdown. I don't have anyone to hold my flowers during the ceremony and—" "Are you with someone?" Kimberly glanced at Jake, who was pretending not to listen while clearly hanging on every word. Define with someone. Oh my God, you are. Kim, if you're bringing some random hookup to my wedding reception, he's not a random hookup. He's... She paused, looking at Jake. What was he? He's Jake. Rosa's tone shifted, sensing something different in her sister's voice. Who the hell is Jake? Someone I met last night. It's complicated. Complicated how? Are you having a midlife crisis? Did you join a cult? Are you in witness protection? Rosa, breathe. Everything's fine. I'll explain everything when I get there. You better. And Kim? Yeah? Don't let Mum corner you alone. She's on a rampage about your biological clock. Thanks for the warning. After she hung up, Jake raised an eyebrow. Witness protection? My sister's imagination tends to run wild. Runs in the family, apparently. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just that your whole no-plan plan is pretty imaginative for someone who schedules everything. She considered this. Maybe I'm having a midlife crisis. At 35? Quarter life was at 25. Midlife is negotiable. Fair point. How's the crisis treating you so far? Well, I'm on a bus to Iowa with a poet I kissed in a snowstorm, so probably better than anyone's midlife crisis involving a motorcycle. Less expensive too. True, though the emotional therapy bills might even out. The wedding reception was held in the community centre of Odessa, a town smaller than the bus depot in Cedar Falls. Jake stayed in the bathroom while Kimberly made her entrance, figuring she needed time to smooth over her absence with family before introducing her "it's complicated" situation. Rosa spotted her immediately and pounced. You missed the ceremony, her sister hissed, pulling her into a corner. Mum spent the whole time alternating between crying about your broken phone and muttering about your inability to commit to anything. I'm sorry. Really? The bus broke down. I got stuck. Save it for Mum. Tell me about Jake. I told you it's complicated. Uncomplicate it. Now. Kimberly glanced around the crowded hall, buying time. Through the window she could see Jake pacing outside, running his hands through his hair, probably writing mental poems about community centres and last-minute wedding crashes. We met on the bus, got stranded together during the blizzard, found out we were both running from things, talked all night, kissed a little, decided to see what happens next. Rosa's eyes widened. You kiss someone you just met. Don't sound so shocked. Kim, you haven't brought anyone to a family function since David from law school, and you dated him for 2 years before we even knew he existed. This is different. How? I don't know. It just is. He's present. Really present. And he makes me want to be present too. Rosa studied her face carefully. You like him? I do. And he likes you back? Apparently. Then bring him in. Let's meet this mystery poet who's got you acting like a human being instead of a client management system. Rosa, Kit Kat, for once in your life, just do something without overthinking it to death. Kit Kat. Her sister hadn't called her that since they were kids, sharing a king-size chocolate bar and plotting revenge against the neighbourhood bully. Fine, but if Mum starts planning our wedding before the salad course, you're running interference. Deal. Kimberly found Jake still pacing outside, now on a phone call. No, I'm fine. Yes, at a wedding? No, not Seth's wedding. A different wedding. What do you mean, who brings poets to weddings? He spotted her and smiled, wrapping up quickly. I gotta go. Love you too, Mum. Everything okay? My mum, she's apparently heard through the family grapevine that I'm gallivanting around Iowa with a mystery woman. Small towns have surprisingly efficient intelligence networks. Oh God, I'm sorry. Don't be. It's the most interesting thing that's happened in our family since, well, you know. Ready for this? As ready as anyone is for being the +1 at a wedding filled with strangers who will definitely judge my thrift store sweater. They'll love you. You're charming. I'm weird. Charmingly weird. Is that the same as weird? Jake. Yeah? Shut up and come inside. The reception was everything Kimberly had expected. Loud, crowded, filled with relatives she saw twice a year, and neighbours who'd known her since she was in diapers. Jake handled it all with surprising grace, engaging in small talk about weather and farming, with people who would normally make him want to hide behind his notebook. He was like a social chameleon, she realised, adapting to each conversation while never losing that slightly bemused artist quality. Her mother, Carmen, was a different story. "So," she said, cornering them at the punch bowl, "you're the poet." "Yes, ma'am," Jake replied, politely. "And you're not a lawyer?" "No, ma'am." "Or an accountant?" "Definitely not." "Good. Kimberly dates too many men in suits." She turned to Kimberly. "This one's scruffy, but he has kind eyes." "Mum? And he looks at you the way a man should look at a woman he's interested in. Like you're something rare." It's not," Kimberly floundered. "Relax, Miha. I'm not planning your wedding. Yet. But I like that he makes you flustered. You're always so in control." Jake caught her eye over her mother's head and winked. The casual intimacy of it made her stomach flip. The evening progressed in a blur of introductions, careful explanations. We met on the bus, and increasingly ridiculous questions from relatives. By the time they cut the cake, Kimberly had heard theories about their relationship ranging from secret long-distance romance to arranged marriage gone rogue. During the father-daughter dance, Rosa pulled her aside. "He's perfect for you," her sister whispered. "We've known each other for 12 hours. "So? David practically lived with you for 6 months before I knew he existed, and look how that turned out." "Rosa, I'm just saying, maybe for once don't calculate the risks. Don't build a dossier on his credit score and long-term compatibility. Just see what happens." "When did you become a relationship counsellor?" "When my sister finally showed up to my wedding looking happy instead of professionally competent." Kimberly glanced across the room where Jake was entertaining her Tio Miguel with what appeared to be an elaborate hand gesture story. Her uncle was laughing, actually laughing, which hadn't happened at a family function in years. "He fits," she admitted quietly. "He does, even in that ridiculous sweater. It's a poet thing. The sweater or the fitting in? Both." Around 9 p.m, as the party was winding down, Jake found her on the porch, looking out at the snow-covered town. "Pretty crazy day," he said, sliding his arms around her waist from behind. "Crazy month, crazy year, crazy decade, if we're being honest. How are you holding up?" "Better than expected. Your charm offensive was impressive. I think my great-aunt Teresa wants to adopt you." "She offered. I'm considering it." "Don't you dare." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the occasional car drive past on Main Street. "Kimberly?" "Yeah? What happens now?" It was the question she'd been avoiding all day. In the bubble of the wedding, surrounded by family and celebration, it had been easy to pretend that tomorrow didn't exist. But Jake was leaving for wherever unemployed poets go, and she had to drive back to Chicago, to her office, to her perfectly organised apartment and her colour-coded calendar. "I don't know," she admitted. "That's okay. You don't have to know. But I want to. I want there to be a plan, a strategy, some way to make this work without completely upending both our lives. What if we don't need a plan? What if we just keep being curious? Curious how? Curious about each other, about what we want, about whether this feeling survives in daylight, in different cities, in the real world." She turned in his arms to face him. "The real world is complicated. Everything's complicated if you think about it too much." "I always think about it too much." "I know. It's one of your more endearing features." "Jake?" "Yeah?" "Kiss me." He did, slow and sweet and tasting like wedding cake. When they broke apart, Kimberly had made a decision. "Chicago," she said. "What about it? Come to Chicago with me, for a week. Let's see what happens when we're not stranded. when we have actual beds and working phones and real life intruding. Jake blinked. Seriously? This is crazy. We've known each other for 36 hours. I know. Everything before this felt slower somehow. She took a breath. I'm not saying forever. I'm saying let's try normal and see if this feeling survives. Are you offering me a place to stay? I'm offering you a chance to date me properly, with planning and scheduling and probably spreadsheets. Spreadsheets sound romantic. They're not, but they're honest. And you said honesty was important. I did say that, didn't I? So, what do you think? Jake pretended to consider, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Well, I do love spreadsheets, and I've never actually been to Chicago in winter. It's terrible. Freezing and grey and everyone's miserable. Sounds perfect for a poet. Jake. Yeah? Is that a yes? Kimberly Ramirez, divorce attorney extraordinaire, creator of spreadsheets and slayer of romantic illusions. I would love to come to Chicago and see what happens when we try to turn a bus station meet cute into actual reality. Good answer. I have my moments. 6 months later, they were living together in Kimberly's apartment. She'd cleared out her home office to make room for his writing desk, an adjustment that would have been unthinkable before a broken-down bus and a snowstorm changed everything. Jake's poetry collection, Terminal Stories, launched to modest success. The title poem was about accidental companionship in unexpected places, though he never admitted to Kimberly that she was the inspiration. Kimberly shifted her practice toward collaborative divorce, helping couples separate without destroying each other. The change reduced her income by 30% and increased her job satisfaction by impossible to measure amounts. They met every Wednesday at Delilah's Diner on Lincoln Avenue, a 24-hour place with terrible coffee and excellent pie. Jake would write, Kimberly would review cases, and they'd compare notes on how many of their bus station stories had come true. They fought sometimes, about Jake's tendency to avoid confrontation, about Kimberly's need to control outcomes, about whose turn it was to do laundry. But they also got really good at apologising, at checking in, at maintaining the curiosity that had brought them together. On the anniversary of their meeting, Jake surprised Kimberly with a gift, a collection of bus tickets, arranged in a frame. Your backup plan, he explained, in case you ever want to run away. And go where? Anywhere. Everywhere. Nowhere in particular. Jake? Yeah? I'm good right here. And for once in her life she meant it without qualification or contingency planning. Sometimes the best stories were the unplanned ones, the detours that forced you to actually see the view instead of racing towards some predetermined destination. Sometimes the last bus to Odessa turned out to be exactly where you needed to be. The love experiment. Brianna Fitzgerald tapped her pen against her notepad as she studied the sleek, minimalist lobby of Synapse Love Labs. Everything about the place screamed cutting-edge technology, from the neural network patterns etched into the frosted glass partitions to the subtle blue lighting that mimicked the glow of synapses firing in the brain. It was all so perfectly orchestrated that it made her journalist's instincts itch with suspicion. Ms. Fitzgerald? A woman with a pristine bob and a tablet approached. I'm Dr. Eleanor Parker, lead researcher. We're thrilled you've chosen to participate in our pioneer program. Brianna smiled her most convincing smile. I'm excited to be part of scientific history. The lie rolled off her tongue with practiced ease. What she couldn't say was that she was here to expose what she believed was an elaborate scam, a dating service that claimed to use neural compatibility algorithms to match perfect partners with 98.7% accuracy. Her editor had practically salivated at the pitch. 30 days of deception inside the Love Lab scam. Please follow me for your final briefing. Brianna was led into a conference room where 5 other researchers in white lab coats were gathered around a holographic display. On the screen rotated 2 profile images, hers and a man she assumed was her scientifically perfect match. "This is Dr. Kevin Jones," Eleanor said, gesturing to the image of a man with thoughtful eyes and a reserved smile. "Psychologist, specializing in attachment theory. Your compatibility score is—" Eleanor paused for dramatic effect. "Unprecedented." Brianna fought the urge to roll her eyes. Of course it was. "As you know, the parameters of the experiment are strict," continued Eleanor. 30 days in complete isolation with your match. No outside contact, no internet, no entertainment beyond the books we provide. If both of you remain for the full duration, you each receive $100,000. If either leaves, the experiment terminates for both parties with no compensation. Brianna nodded. The money wasn't her motivation, but it would make for a nice bonus on top of the career-defining article she planned to write. Your match is waiting in the transport vehicle. You'll be taken to the location together. Any questions before we proceed? "Just one," Brianna said. "How manufactured is this compatibility? Are you monitoring us for entertainment value?" Eleanor's smile didn't waver. "We're scientists, Ms. Fitzgerald, not reality TV producers. The isolation home has no surveillance inside, only security perimeters and emergency systems. What happens between you and Dr. Jones is entirely authentic and private." Right, Brianna thought. And I'm supposed to believe that a company valued at $1.8 billion is just interested in the purity of love. 20 minutes later, Brianna found herself sitting across from Kevin Jones in the back of a luxury SUV with tinted windows. He was taller than his hologram suggested, with a quiet intensity that made the confined space of the vehicle feel even smaller. "So," he said after a stretch of silence, "what made you sign up for this?" His voice was deeper than she expected, with a thoughtfulness that matched his eyes. Brianna recited her cover story. Curiosity, skepticism, a desire to test the limits of compatibility science. That much wasn't entirely a lie. And you? Aren't psychologists supposed to know better than to trust algorithms with their love lives? A subtle smile creased the corners of his mouth. Maybe that's precisely why I'm here. We study attachment and connection our whole careers, but rarely do we get to experience it as a controlled variable. "You really believe in this, don't you?" she asked, unable to keep the incredulity from her voice. "I believe in the possibility," he corrected. Which makes me wonder why someone so obviously skeptical would commit to 30 days of isolation with a stranger. Their eyes locked, and Brianna felt an unexpected flutter of something that felt disturbingly like interest. She quickly attributed it to her journalistic instincts kicking in. This man was going to be the primary subject of her exposé after all. "I guess we're both experimental in our own ways," she replied. The vehicle began climbing upward, the city falling away beneath them as they ascended into the mountains. After another hour of sparse conversation, interspersed with increasingly uncomfortable silence, they arrived at what would be their home for the next month. A stunningly modern cabin perched on the edge of a cliff, all glass and sustainable timber, with panoramic views of wilderness in every direction. "Home sweet home," Kevin murmured as they stepped inside. The interior was spacious yet intimate, an open concept design with a chef's kitchen, a living area centered around a fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves stocked with everything from classics to contemporary fiction. A hallway led to 2 bedrooms flanking a shared bathroom, and a deck wrapped around the entire structure, offering a meditation space that seemed to float above the forest canopy. "Only 2 bedrooms? How disappointing," Brianna quipped. "I thought we were supposed to be perfect for each other." Kevin raised an eyebrow. "Compatibility doesn't mean we skip straight to sharing a bed, Ms. Fitzgerald." "Brianna," she corrected, feeling oddly flustered. "If we're going to be trapped here together, we might as well use first names." "Brianna," he repeated, and something about the way her name sounded in his voice made her immediately regret the suggestion. That night, as Brianna lay in her unfamiliar bed, listening to the sound of nothing but wind in the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. She pulled out her contraband, a small notebook hidden in the lining of her suitcase. She began documenting her first impressions. Day 1. Arrived at the isolation. House with subject K. Initial observations suggest he genuinely believes in the experiment's premise. Either that or he's a better actor than I am. The house itself is designed to eliminate distractions and foster connection. There's literally nowhere to escape conversation except our bedrooms. No TV, no internet, not even a radio. Just books, cooking, and each other. First impression of Kay, infuriatingly calm. Observant in a way that makes me feel exposed. Attractive in an understated way that I refuse to acknowledge further. Tomorrow I begin probing for inconsistencies in the experiment design. I give him 5 days before he starts to annoy me beyond endurance. I give myself 10 before I'm climbing the walls from lack of external stimulation. This is going to be the longest month of my life. She closed her notebook and stared at the ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of another person moving around in the bathroom. 30 days suddenly seemed like an eternity. What Brianna didn't write down, what she barely admitted to herself, was the unsettling feeling that had taken root from the moment she'd met Kevin's gaze. It wasn't the irritation she'd been expecting, or even the professional curiosity she'd prepared for. It was the disturbing sense that, for the first time in years, someone was actually seeing her. By day 5, Brianna had established a routine designed to minimize interaction. Early morning runs on the trail surrounding the cabin, followed by coffee and reading on the deck while Kevin meditated indoors. Afternoons were spent writing in her room or exploring the property's boundaries, carefully timing her kitchen appearances to avoid meal overlap. It was, she told herself, a strategic approach to maintain objectivity for her article. It had nothing to do with the discomfort she felt whenever Kevin's perceptive gaze lingered on her a moment too long. "You're very committed to avoiding me," Kevin observed on the morning of day 6, catching her as she returned from her run. He stood in the kitchen, methodically slicing fruit for his breakfast. Which is impressive, considering we're the only 2 people for at least 20 miles. Brianna grabbed a water bottle from the refrigerator. "I'm not avoiding you, I'm respecting your space." "Is that what you call pretending to be asleep when I make dinner, then sneaking out to eat after I've gone to bed?" His tone wasn't accusatory, merely curious, which somehow made it worse. "I'm a night owl," she deflected. "You're a journalist," he replied simply, placing a slice of mango in his mouth. Brianna froze. "Excuse me?" "You're a journalist," he repeated, "not a marketing executive like your profile claims." The careful distance she'd maintained collapsed in an instant. "How did you—" "I recognized your name," he said. "You wrote that series on tech companies exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in their users. It was excellent work, very thorough." Brianna's mind raced. Her cover was blown, and with it, potentially her entire investigation. "Are you going to report me?" Kevin considered the question while arranging his fruit in a precise pattern on his plate. "That depends. Are you here to do a hatchet job, or are you genuinely investigating whether our compatibility is manufactured?" The distinction surprised her. "Does it matter? Either way, I'm not the perfect match your algorithms promised." "Actually," he said, pushing a plate of fruit toward her, "the fact that you're skeptical enough to investigate makes you exactly who my profile indicated I'd be compatible with. Someone who questions systems rather than blindly accepting them." He smiled slightly, though perhaps the scientist didn't anticipate quite this level of skepticism. Brianna reluctantly took a piece of mango. "So you're not here looking for true love?" "I'm a researcher, Brianna. I'm interested in whether emotional connection can be predicted and facilitated through controlled environmental factors. The experiment's premise, two strangers becoming intimately connected through isolation and structured interaction, is essentially a condensed version of how most relationships historically developed, before technology gave us the illusion of unlimited choice. She studied him, searching for signs of deception. "You're not angry that I lied?" Would being angry change the fact that we're still stuck here together for the next 24 days? He pushed a folder across the counter toward her. "Besides, I think you'll find this more interesting than my emotional state." Inside the folder was a series of daily questions and exercises labelled Intimacy Development Protocol. "What's this?" she asked. "Today's arrived in the communication box this morning. Apparently we're supposed to complete these together each day. Structured conversations designed to accelerate emotional bonding." Brianna flipped through the pages with growing suspicion. Like the 36 questions that supposedly make people fall in love, this is manipulation, not science. "It's an accelerated version of the getting to know you phase," Kevin corrected, "and it's entirely optional. We can ignore it and continue our mutual avoidance strategy for the remaining 24 days. But you don't want to ignore it." "I came here to participate in an experiment," he said simply, "not to stare at my bedroom ceiling for a month." Later that afternoon, they sat facing each other on the deck, the intimacy questions between them like a ticking bomb. "This is ridiculous," Brianna said, reading the first question. "What would constitute a perfect day for you? It's like a bad first date." Kevin leaned back in his chair. "You're overthinking it. Just answer the question." "Fine," she said, crossing her arms. "A perfect day would be breaking a major story that exposes corporate malfeasance and actually leads to systemic change instead of a 2-day news cycle followed by collective amnesia." "Specific and cynical," he noted. "But I suspect that's your professional perfect day. What about personally?" The question caught her off guard. "I don't separate the two." "Everyone separates the two," he countered. "Even workaholics have personal desires." Brianna felt a flash of irritation at his presumption. "Fine, a cabin by a lake, thunderstorm, good book, no cell reception, no people expecting things from me." She raised her chin slightly. "Your turn." Kevin considered the question with what seemed like genuine thought. "Morning hike to watch the sunrise. Afternoon spent helping someone work through a breakthrough in therapy. Evening conversation with someone who challenges my thinking. Rain on a tin roof while falling asleep." He looked directly at her. "Not so different from yours, actually. Except your perfect day includes other people." "Just specific ones," he clarified. "Quality over quantity." They moved through the questions from innocuous preferences to more probing inquiries about family relationships and formative experiences. To Brianna's surprise, the conversation flowed with unexpected ease. Kevin answered each question thoughtfully, but without the performative vulnerability she'd anticipated. When they reached the question about their greatest fears, however, Brianna hesitated. "Skip it if you want," Kevin offered, noticing her discomfort. "No," she said, surprising herself. "That would defeat the purpose of the exercise, wouldn't it?" She took a breath. "My greatest fear is discovering that everything I've built my identity around is meaningless. That all the sacrifices I've made for my career, the relationships I've sidelined, the personal life I've postponed, were for nothing." The admission hung in the air between them, more honest than she'd intended. "Your turn," she said quickly before he could respond. Kevin was quiet for a moment. "That I'll spend my professional life helping others form meaningful connections while being fundamentally incapable of maintaining one myself." The vulnerability in his answer created a sudden shift in the atmosphere between them. "Is that why you're here?" she asked softly. "To prove you can connect?" "Perhaps," he admitted. "Or to confirm my suspicion that I can't." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "We all have our investigations, Brianna." As the sun began to set, painting the surrounding forest in shades of gold and amber, They completed the final question. If you could know one thing about your future, what would it be? Whether anything I do actually matters, Brianna answered without hesitation. Kevin studied her face in the fading light. Everything matters, Brianna, just rarely in the ways we anticipate. That's not an answer to the question, she pointed out. I'd want to know if I find peace with my contradictions, he said after a moment. The desire for connection battling with the need for solitude, the urge to understand others fighting with the fear of being truly understood. As darkness fell and they moved inside, something fundamental had shifted between them. They prepared dinner together in a comfortable silence that felt entirely different from the awkward avoidance of previous days. Later, as Brianna updated her notebook, she found herself struggling to maintain her detached tone. Day 6. The structured interaction questions are clearly designed to accelerate artificial intimacy. The problem is, they work. Kay revealed vulnerabilities that seem genuine, though I can't rule out strategic disclosure. The more concerning development is my own unexpected candor. Need to re-establish professional boundaries tomorrow. Additional observation. Kay knows I'm investigating the experiment but hasn't reported me. Either he's confident the experience will change my mind, or he has his own agenda I haven't identified yet. Either possibility is unsettling. She closed her notebook and listened to the sounds of Kevin moving around in the kitchen, cleaning up after their dinner. For the first time since arriving, the thought of 24 more days no longer felt like a sentence to be endured. It felt like an investigation whose outcome she could no longer confidently predict. By the end of the second week, the rhythms of their coexistence had evolved into something unexpectedly comfortable. Mornings still began with Brianna's runs, but now Kevin joined her occasionally, matching her pace without conversation. A shared silence that somehow felt more intimate than words. Meals became collaborative efforts, their kitchen dance growing more synchronized as they learned each other's movements. Evenings were spent completing the intimacy exercises, followed by discussions that often stretched late into the night. Today's challenge is different, Kevin announced on the morning of day 15, examining the contents of the communication box. Instead of the usual question cards, there was a single envelope containing 2 blindfolds and instructions. Absolutely not, Brianna said when he explained the exercise. 20 minutes of silent, sightless mirroring, following each other's movements using only touch as guidance. Afraid? Kevin asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Suspicious, she corrected. This isn't about compatibility. It's manufacturing artificial intimacy through controlled vulnerability. Isn't that essentially what dating is? He countered. A series of increasingly vulnerable exchanges to determine compatibility. Dating gives you the choice to walk away between exchanges, she pointed out. This experiment removes that choice. Kevin considered this. We can modify it. 5 minutes instead of 20, and either of us can stop at any point. Why are you so committed to these exercises? Brianna asked. He was quiet for a moment. Because I study connection theoretically but rarely experience it personally. Professional curiosity, if nothing else. Something in his honest admission disarmed her. Fine, 5 minutes. But I'm documenting this as manipulation in my article. Duly noted, he said with a hint of a smile. They stood facing each other in the living room, furniture pushed aside to create space. The blindfolds lay on the coffee table between them, a boundary neither had yet crossed. Ready? Kevin asked. Brianna nodded, trying to ignore the flutter of anticipation in her stomach as she lifted her blindfold. The world went dark, heightening her other senses. The sound of Kevin's breathing, the scent of his soap, the subtle shift in air pressure as he moved closer. Hands up, palms forward, he instructed softly. She complied, feeling vulnerable and slightly ridiculous until her palms met his, warm, steady and slightly larger than her own. The simple contact sent an unexpected current through her. "I'll lead first," he said, his voice closer now. "Just follow the pressure." He began with simple movements, hands up, down, outward, which Brianna followed easily. As the minutes passed, the movements became more complex. Circles, waves, one hand leading while the other followed a different pattern. Without sight, their entire focus narrowed to the points where their palms connected. "Your turn to lead," Kevin murmured after what felt like both seconds and hours. Brianna initiated a pattern, marvelling at how quickly he adapted to her rhythm. There was something oddly exhilarating about the wordless communication, the way their bodies learned each other without visual cues. When Kevin suggested they try mirroring without hand contact, just sensing each other's movements through the air between them, Brianna knew they had far exceeded the 5-minute limit, but couldn't bring herself to stop. The exercise had transcended its artificial constraints, becoming something else entirely. A conversation without words, a negotiation of space and energy that felt strangely profound. The timer's unexpected beep startled them both. For a moment, neither moved to remove their blindfolds. "That was," Brianna began, but words felt inadequate. "I know," Kevin replied simply. When they finally removed the blindfolds, blinking in the sudden light, Brianna was struck by the intensity in Kevin's eyes, a mixture of vulnerability and something deeper that made her look away first. "Well," she said, striving for a lightness she didn't feel, "I can see why they included that one in the manipulation protocol." "Is that what you experienced?" he asked. "Manipulation?" The question hung between them, demanding a level of honesty she wasn't prepared to give. "I experienced an exercise designed to create artificial intimacy," she said carefully. "And did it?" Brianna met his gaze. "Would admitting that it did validate your theory or undermine my skepticism?" A small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Both, perhaps." That night, a sudden mountain storm brought winds that howled through the trees and rain that pounded against the cabin's metal roof. The lights flickered once, twice, and then plunged them into darkness. "Perfect," Brianna muttered, fumbling for her phone to use as a flashlight. "Emergency kit should be in the kitchen," Kevin called from somewhere across the room. They converged at the kitchen island, the beams of their phone flashlights dancing across the countertops as they searched for candles or lanterns. "Found it," Kevin announced, pulling a box from beneath the sink. Inside were emergency candles, matches, a hand-crank radio, and several foil emergency blankets. As they placed candles around the living room, the space transformed. Shadows danced on the walls, and the howling wind outside made the cabin feel smaller, more intimate. They settled on opposite ends of the couch, an emergency blanket wrapped around each of them. "At least it's not cold," Brianna observed, watching the candle flames flicker with each draught. "Wine," Kevin suggested, holding up a bottle they'd left, unopened since arrival. "Seems like the appropriate response to a power outage." 2 glasses in, Brianna found herself relaxing into the strange intimacy of the moment. The storm outside, the dancing candlelight, the absence of technological distractions. It created a pocket universe where normal rules felt suspended. "Truth or dare," Kevin suggested, a playful glint in his eye that the candlelight accentuated. Brianna laughed. "What are we teenagers?" "Sometimes regression is psychologically beneficial," he replied with mock seriousness. "Truth or dare, Fitzgerald?" "Truth," she said, surprising herself. The wine had softened her edges just enough to make the game seem harmless. "Why journalism?" he asked. "What drew you to exposing truths rather than creating them?" It wasn't the light question she'd expected. "My father was a marketing executive," she said after a moment. "Brilliant at crafting narratives that made people want things they didn't need. I grew up watching him spin mediocre products into must-have items, and I hated how easily people believed the stories he told. She took another sip of wine. I guess I wanted to be the opposite, to strip away the stories people sell and find what's actually beneath them. Kevin nodded, his expression thoughtful. And what about you? Truth or dare? Truth, he said. Earlier, you said you rarely experience connection personally. Why is that, for someone whose entire career is built around understanding human relationships? The question lingered in the candlelit space between them. For a moment she thought he might deflect. The same reason surgeons rarely operate on family members, he finally said. Emotional proximity clouds clinical judgment. I can map the attachment patterns of strangers with clinical precision, but in my own relationships... He paused, swirling the wine in his glass. Let's just say it's easier to analyse connection than to sustain it. That sounds lonely, Brianna said softly. Says, the woman who listed no people as part of her perfect day, he countered with a gentle smile. Touché. She raised her glass in acknowledgement. Maybe we're both hiding from the same thing, just from opposite directions. And what would that be? He asked. The terror of being truly seen, she said, the words emerging from someplace deeper than conscious thought. You from the inside, me from the outside. The candlelight caught the surprise in his eyes, surprise that quickly shifted to something more complex, more dangerous. Truth or dare, Brianna? He asked, his voice lower now. Dare, she said, suddenly unwilling to risk another truth. Kevin placed his wine glass on the coffee table and leaned forward slightly. I dare you to stop documenting this experience as an investigation for 5 minutes, to be fully present, without filtering what happens through the lens of your article. How would you even know if I did that? She challenged. I wouldn't, he admitted, but you would. The simplicity of his answer disarmed her. Without her reporter's perspective, the mental notepad where she recorded observations, formulated analyses, maintained critical distance, what would be left? Just her. Just him. Just whatever was happening between them in this candlelit bubble while the storm raged outside. 5 minutes, she agreed, placing her own glass beside his. She didn't know who moved first. Perhaps they both did, the space between them dissolving as naturally as breath. His lips found hers with a gentleness that quickly gave way to something more urgent, years of carefully constructed distance collapsing in the span of heartbeats. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and stunned, Brianna knew something fundamental had shifted. The careful scaffolding of her investigation, her skepticism, her emotional detachment, all of it had been exposed as the flimsy protection it was. I think, Kevin said quietly, his forehead resting against hers, that was significantly longer than 5 minutes. Later, in the darkness of her room, Brianna stared at the ceiling, listening to the storm gradually subside. She didn't reach for her notebook. For the first time since the experiment began, she allowed herself to experience the moment without analysing it, without extracting its journalistic value, without armouring herself against its implications. And in that unguarded moment, she recognised the fear that had been growing alongside the connection. Fear that perhaps the experiment wasn't a fraud after all, that perhaps the compatibility they'd measured was real. And if that was true, what else might be? The kiss changed everything, and nothing. They didn't speak of it the next morning, yet it hung between them like an unspoken question, altering the gravity of every interaction. Their daily routines continued, the shared meals, the evening exercises, but now charged with an awareness that made even passing in the hallway feel significant. En Nice, day 21, Brianna woke to find Kevin already gone on a morning hike. In the kitchen, she discovered a note indicating he'd be back by noon, along with freshly brewed coffee and sliced fruit arranged in a pattern that mirrored how she always prepared her breakfast. The thoughtfulness of the gesture sent an uncomfortable warmth through her chest. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to feel this tug of attachment to a man who was ultimately a research subject in her investigation. Needing to reorient herself, Brianna retrieved her notebook, neglected in the days since the power outage, and forced herself to document recent developments with professional detachment. Day 21. Notable shift in subject dynamics following isolation-intensified physical proximity event. Storm-induced power outage leading to decreased inhibition. Important to note that environmental manipulation continues to be a significant factor in manufacturing false intimacy. Subject K demonstrates increasing investment in experiment outcomes. Personal boundaries must be reinforced to maintain investigative integrity. She stared at the words, recognizing their defensive tone. Who was she trying to convince? Her readers or herself? When Kevin returned from his hike, Brianna had retreated to the deck with a book she wasn't actually reading. She sensed rather than saw him approach, her body attuned to his presence in a way that both thrilled and unnerved her. "I brought something back for you," he said, placing a perfect pine cone beside her. "Thought it might make a nice souvenir of your time in captivity." The gesture was simple, thoughtful, and it cracked something in her chest. "We need to talk about what happened," she said, closing her book. Kevin settled into the chair beside her. "Which part? The kiss, or what it might mean?" "Both," she admitted. "This situation, it's not real, Kevin. It's a pressure cooker designed to force an artificial connection. 2 more weeks and we return to our real lives." "And you think what we're experiencing isn't transferable to those real lives?" he asked. No defensiveness in his tone, just genuine curiosity. "I think it's manufactured," she said, the words sounding hollow even to her own ears. "The isolation, the forced proximity, the carefully designed exercises, it's all creating a simulated intimacy that wouldn't exist under normal circumstances. Most relationships begin in artificial environments," he pointed out. Curated dating profiles, choreographed first dates, alcohol-lowered inhibitions. The difference is merely the degree of control and the transparency about the purpose. "Don't psychoanalyze me," Brianna said, a flash of irritation cutting through her confusion. "This whole setup, it's manipulation disguised as science." Kevin was quiet for a moment. "You're scared," he finally said, not unkindly. "Not of the experiment manipulating you, but of the possibility that what you're feeling might be genuine despite the experimental conditions." The accuracy of his assessment felt like a physical blow. "You don't know what I'm feeling." "No," he agreed, "but I recognize the pattern. The closer we get to something real, the harder you work to discredit it. It's a protective mechanism I understand intimately, because I've spent years doing the same thing from the opposite direction, intellectualizing emotional connections until they become safe, clinical, and ultimately meaningless." His honesty disarmed her anger. "What do you want from me, Kevin?" "Just acknowledgement that whatever is happening between us deserves to be explored rather than dismissed," he said. "Even if it began in an artificial environment, even if it might not survive outside of it." Before she could respond, the communication box chimed, signalling the arrival of the day's exercise. Kevin retrieved the envelope and opened it, his expression changing as he read the instructions. "What is it?" Brianna asked. "Today's exercise is called Truth and Consequences," he said, passing her the card. "We each write down a truth we haven't shared yet, then discuss the potential consequences of that truth for our compatibility." "Convenient timing," Brianna muttered. They retreated to separate areas to write their truths, agreeing to meet in the living room in 20 minutes. Brianna stared at her blank card, wrestling with what to reveal. The obvious truth, that she was developing feelings that contradicted her professional skepticism, felt too vulnerable. Instead, she wrote something equally true but less exposing. "I'm afraid of discovering that everything I believe about human connection is wrong." When they reconvened, Kevin suggested they exchange cards rather than reading their own truths aloud. Brianna's heart stuttered as she read his card. I've known from the beginning that you were investigating Synapse's methods because I consulted on the development of their compatibility algorithms before agreeing to participate as a subject. The words hit her like a physical blow. She looked up to find Kevin watching her reaction carefully. You helped design this experiment? She asked, her voice barely controlled. I contributed to the psychological assessment profiles they use for matching, he clarified. I wasn't involved in designing the isolation protocol or the daily exercises. But you knew. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. You knew exactly what was happening all along while I thought. She stopped, unwilling to articulate what she'd begun to believe. While you thought what? He pressed gently. It doesn't matter, she said, standing abruptly. This proves my point exactly. This entire connection has been manufactured. You had insider knowledge of the psychological levers being pulled, the vulnerabilities being targeted. You were never just another subject. Brianna, he said, his voice steady, my involvement with the algorithm development doesn't change what's happened between us. If anything, it makes it more significant. The algorithms identified our potential compatibility, but everything that's developed has been genuine. Knowing the science behind attraction doesn't make attraction less real when you experience it. No, she said, backing away. This changes everything. You let me believe we were equals in this experiment, but you had information I didn't. You watched me open up, become vulnerable, while knowing exactly how the process was designed to work. The hurt in her voice surprised even her. Was any of it real, or was I just another data point for your research? All of it was real, he insisted, standing now too. Yes, I understood the theoretical framework, but I had no more control over my responses than you did over yours. The compatibility they measured between us, it's unprecedented in their research. That's why I agreed to participate. I wanted to know if algorithms could actually predict emotional connection, and the only way to know was to experience it myself. How convenient that your research subject was someone actively trying to expose the company you consulted for, Brianna said bitterly. Did they know I was a journalist when they matched us? Was that part of your perfect compatibility profile, the skeptic and the believer? I didn't know who my match would be until the day we met, Kevin said, a hint of frustration finally breaking through his composure. And yes, the fact that you question everything while I look for patterns that validate connection, that's precisely why we were matched. Complementary cognitive approaches, similar core values, different external manifestations. Brianna felt the floor shifting beneath her. Everything she'd begun to feel recategorized as manipulation, data collection, experimental validation. I need some air, she said, heading for the door. Brianna, please, Kevin called after her. Running away doesn't change what's happened between us. She paused at the door, not turning around. What's happened is exactly what your algorithm predicted would happen. Congratulations on your successful experiment, Dr. Jones. Outside, Brianna followed the trail into the forest, walking until the cabin was no longer visible. She found a boulder overlooking the valley and sat, trying to untangle the knot of emotions choking her. The betrayal wasn't that Kevin had helped develop the algorithms, it was that he'd allowed her to believe their connection was developing organically when he'd had a map all along. Every moment of vulnerability, every confession, every tentative step toward trust. All of it now felt like data being collected rather than intimacy being built. Yet beneath the anger was a more terrifying realization. Despite knowing the truth, despite recognizing the manipulation, she still felt drawn to him, still missed his presence even as she fled from it, still wondered what might have been if they'd met, in the real world, without experimental parameters and hidden agendas. That evening, Brianna returned to the cabin to find it empty. A note on the kitchen counter, informing her that Kevin had gone for his own walk to clear his head. For the first time in weeks, she ate dinner alone, the silence of the cabin oppressive rather than peaceful. She was already in bed when she heard him return, his footsteps pausing briefly outside her door before continuing to his room. The urge to go to him, to continue their conversation, was almost overwhelming, but pride and hurt kept her behind her closed door, staring at the ceiling until exhaustion finally pulled her into restless sleep. The next morning, they moved around each other like ghosts, the easy rhythm of previous days shattered. Kevin made breakfast for both of them as usual, but they ate in silence, the weight of unspoken words filling the space between them. It was Kevin who finally broke the silence on the evening of day 23. "We have a week left," he said quietly as they sat on opposite ends of the couch pretending to read. "Do we really want to spend it punishing each other?" "I'm not punishing you," Brianna replied, not looking up from her book. "I'm processing the fact that our entire interaction has been built on uneven ground." "Has it?" he challenged gently. "I knew about the compatibility algorithms, yes, but I had no more insight into who you truly are than you had into me. I didn't know you'd make me laugh with your dry observations about classic literature. I didn't know you'd challenge my theoretical frameworks with practical counterexamples. I didn't know that watching you lost in thought while staring at the mountains would become my favourite part of each day." He paused, his voice softening. "The science might have predicted our compatibility, Brianna, but it couldn't predict how it would feel to experience it." Something in his quiet vulnerability cracked her defences. "I need to know. Something," she said, finally looking at him. "Was any of this real for you? Or was it all just professional curiosity?" "It started as curiosity," he admitted, "but it became something else entirely, something I wasn't prepared for despite all my theoretical knowledge." He met her gaze directly. "I've spent my career studying connection from a safe distance. With you, for the first time, I don't want the distance. That terrifies me as much as it terrifies you." The honesty in his eyes dismantled the last of her anger, leaving only the confusion and longing beneath it. "I don't know how to separate what's real from what's been manufactured anymore," she confessed. "How much of what I'm feeling is just a response to the conditions we've been placed in?" "Does it matter?" he asked. "Most relationships begin in artificial environments, bars where alcohol lowers inhibitions, dating apps that curate our presentations of self, workplaces that force proximity. The circumstances that bring people together are always somewhat constructed. What matters is what happens within those circumstances." "That's easy for you to say," she countered. "You weren't the one left in the dark." "Wasn't I?" A flash of genuine hurt crossed his face. "I might have known about the compatibility framework, but I had no idea how it would feel to actually experience it. All my theoretical knowledge couldn't prepare me for—" He hesitated. "For you." The sincerity in his voice made something twist in her chest. She wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that what had developed between them transcended the experimental conditions that had brought them together. "I need time," she finally said. "We have 7 days," he reminded her gently, "and then we go back to our separate lives, unless we choose otherwise." The choice hung between them, weighted with possibilities neither was ready to articulate. The final week passed in a strange limbo of cautious reconnection. Without discussing it explicitly, they abandoned the formal exercises, instead creating their own rituals, morning hikes that wound through the forests surrounding the cabin, collaborative cooking experiments that often ended in laughter, evening conversations that stretched late into the night, gradually rebuilding the bridge between them. On day 28, with just 48 hours remaining in their isolation, they sat on the deck watching the sunset paint the mountains in hues of gold and crimson. "What will you write?" Kevin asked, breaking a comfortable silence. "In your article about the experiment?" Brianna had been asking herself the same question for days. The exposé she'd planned had evolved alongside her feelings, becoming more complex, more nuanced. The truth, she said finally, that Synapse has created something that works, but perhaps not in the way they intended. They're selling certainty, algorithmic destiny, but what they've actually created is an opportunity for something authentic to develop in a world that rarely allows for it. And what about us? He asked. The question she'd been both anticipating and dreading. Does what happened here stay here? Brianna turned to face him fully. What do you want, Kevin? When we leave this place and return to our real lives? I want to know if what we've found survives outside these walls, he said simply. I want the chance to discover you in the context of everyday life, morning commutes and work stress and all the mundane realities we've been sheltered from here. I want to know if the connection holds when it's not the only option available. His honesty both thrilled and terrified her. And if it doesn't, then we'll have learned something valuable about the nature of connection, he said. But I think that's a hypothesis worth testing, don't you? Brianna felt the familiar tug of resistance, the instinct to protect herself from potential disappointment, to maintain critical distance, but beneath it was something stronger. The desire to know if what they'd found could be real beyond the experimental conditions that had brought them together. One condition, she said. Complete honesty, from this point forward. No more withheld information, no more professional detachment. If we're going to try this in the real world, we do it as equals. Agreed, he said, reaching out to take her hand, his touch sending the now familiar current through her. Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at returning text messages and I work too much, she laughed. I leave dirty dishes in the sink and I get obsessed with stories to the exclusion of everything else. Sounds compatible to me, he said, with a grin that made her heart skip. On their final night in the cabin, they sat before the fireplace, a bottle of wine between them, talking about what awaited them beyond tomorrow. Her apartment in the city, his house in the suburbs, their respective careers that had been on hold for a month. Are you nervous? He asked, watching her profile in the firelight. Terrified, she admitted. What if it all falls apart the minute we step back into reality? What if it doesn't? He countered. What if the connection strengthens? What if we discover that what began as an experiment becomes the most authentic thing either of us has ever experienced? The hope in his voice made her chest ache with possibility. She leaned against him, his arm coming around her shoulders as naturally as breathing. There's something I've been meaning to give you, he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small envelope. I was going to wait until tomorrow, but now seems right. Inside the envelope was a single note card, identical to those used in their daily exercises. On it he'd written a final question. If you could know one thing with absolute certainty about us, what would it be? Brianna felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. Whether this is real, she answered without hesitation. Whether what I'm feeling is genuine connection or just a perfect scientific construct. Kevin took her face in his hands, his eyes reflecting the firelight. Science can create the conditions for connection, Brianna, but it can't manufacture the feeling itself. That part, the part that matters most, that's all us. When he kissed her, it felt different from their first kiss during the storm. Not desperate or urgent, but certain. A calm acknowledgement of something true they'd discovered together. The next morning, as they packed their belongings and prepared for the return journey, Brianna found herself lingering in each room of the cabin, memorizing details. The view from the kitchen window, the way sunlight filtered through the pine trees onto the deck, the sound of the wind in the eaves. Having second thoughts? Kevin asked, finding her staring out at the mountains one last time. Just making memories, she said, in case we need them. We won't, he said with a certainty that made her smile. This isn't an ending, Brianna. It's a hypothesis waiting to be tested in a new environment. When the Synapse representatives arrived to collect them, Dr. Parker handed each of them an envelope containing their compensation checks and final paperwork. "Congratulations on completing the program," she said, her professional smile revealing nothing about whether their experience had met the company's expectations. "Our follow-up team will contact you in 30 days for your post-experiment assessment." As they drove away from the cabin, Brianna watched it disappear around a bend in the road, a strange mix of emotions swirling within her: nostalgia for the bubble they were leaving, anxiety about the uncertainties ahead, but beneath it all, a quiet hope that what they'd discovered might be even stronger in the light of everyday reality. "So," Kevin said as they neared the city, the skyline appearing in the distance like a mirage. "Your place or mine?" Brianna laughed, the tension breaking. "Let's start with coffee," she suggested, "in a very public place, with Wi-Fi and strangers and all the distractions of the real world. A controlled experiment in maintained connection despite environmental interference," he said, nodding seriously. "Excellent scientific approach." "And afterward?" she asked, surprising herself with a question. Kevin reached across the seat to take her hand, his touch as electric as the first time. "Afterward we make it up as we go along. No protocol, no structured exercises, just us figuring it out together." "That sounds..." Brianna searched for the word. "Terrifying," he suggested with a smile. "Perfect," she corrected, squeezing his hand. "Absolutely perfect." 6 months later, Brianna sat at her desk staring at the final draft of her article on the screen before her. What had begun as an exposé had evolved into something more complex, an examination of connection in the digital age, the tension between scientific certainty and emotional authenticity, and the surprising discovery that sometimes even the most skeptical hearts could be opened under the right conditions. Her editor had loved it, calling it her most nuanced work yet. The personal equation, inside the science of engineered connection, would run as next month's cover story. Her phone buzzed with a text from Kevin. "Just got out of a session. Dinner at that new place tonight. I have news." She smiled, typing back a quick confirmation before returning to her article. The past 6 months had been a continuous experiment in their own right, discovering each other in the context of real life, navigating the complications of careers and friends and everyday stresses. There had been arguments and adjustments, moments of doubt and surprising discoveries. But beneath it all, the connection had not only endured, it had deepened, becoming more textured, more authentic than anything she'd experienced before. That evening, as they sat across from each other at dinner, Kevin slid a small box across the table. "What's this?" Brianna asked, eyeing it suspiciously. "Open it," he urged, an unusual nervousness in his expression. Inside was not what she expected. Not a ring, but a key. "The lease on my house is up next month," he explained, "and that 2-bedroom in Chelsea we looked at is available. I thought maybe we could run a new experiment in cohabitation, voluntary this time." Brianna felt a smile spreading across her face. "Any structured exercises I should know about?" "Just one," he said, reaching across the table to take her hand. "Choose each other, every day. Not because an algorithm says we're compatible, but because we want to be." "I can work with that," she said, closing her fingers around the key. "Though I should warn you, my dirty dish situation hasn't improved." "Neither has my work schedule," he countered with a grin. "But I'm willing to test the hypothesis that we're better together than apart." Later that night, as they walked home hand in hand through the city streets, Brianna reflected on the strange path that had brought them together. A skeptical journalist and a theoretical psychologist, thrown together in an experimental setting designed to manufacture connection. What neither Synapse nor its algorithms could have predicted was that sometimes genuine connection flourished not because of scientific precision, but in spite of it, in the messy, unpredictable spaces where vulnerability met acceptance, where skepticism encountered faith, and where two people who had spent their lives keeping others at a distance found in each other a reason to draw closer. The experiment had ended, but their story was just beginning, undefined by protocols or theories, but written day by day in the language of chosen connection, of love that transcended its origins to become something entirely, wonderfully real. Four stops after midnight. The announcement came the way all small catastrophes do, quietly, through a speaker no one was listening to. Signal failure. Service suspended between Chambers and Borough. We apologise for the inconvenience. Tammy had been reading. Not really reading. Her eyes had been moving across the same sentence for 3 stops, the words dissolving before they reached meaning. Her phone screen had gone dark twice. She hadn't noticed either time. There was a particular quality to late-night exhaustion, a softening of the edges of things, and she had been drifting inside it like someone half asleep on water. Now she looked up. Around her, the carriage emptied with the quiet efficiency of people who had learned not to be surprised by the city. Phones appeared. Thumbs moved. A man in a grey coat muttered something into a call and pushed through the doors before they'd fully opened, as if the platform were already an inconvenience he was leaving behind. Tammy stayed seated a moment longer than everyone else. She did this often, the last to move, the last to commit to a direction. It wasn't hesitation exactly. It was something closer to the belief that if she simply waited long enough, the correct path would present itself without her having to choose it. The platform emptied. The fluorescent light hummed its single, tuneless note. She stood, shouldered her bag and walked toward the stairs. He was already there, at the place where the platform steps met the street, where the underground exhaled its breath of metal and damp into the open air. Tall, dark coat. A stillness about him that was unusual for someone standing alone at a closed subway entrance at midnight. Most people in that posture radiated irritation or impatience, or the particular brittle energy of someone calculating how long a cab would take. He radiated nothing. He was simply standing, his hands in his pockets, looking at the street as though it were a room he had walked into and was still deciding whether to stay in. Tammy checked her phone. No signal. She looked at the map in her head. The old one. The one drawn from years of late nights and wrong turns. 4 stops north. 35 minutes on foot if she walked quickly. 40 if she didn't. She looked at the street again. It was empty in the way streets are empty after midnight. Not vacant exactly, but hollowed out. The storefronts had shuttered their gates. A single bodega on the corner had its lights on, but its door locked. The fluorescent glow inside making it look like a terrarium, something preserved and sealed off from the life outside. Streetlights pooled on wet pavement. Somewhere, a few blocks away, a siren wailed and then fell silent, as if it had changed its mind. 4 stops, she said. She hadn't meant to say it aloud. It was simply the thought, escaping. He turned his head, not startled, the way someone turns when they hear exactly what they expected to hear. Walking, unless you know someone with a helicopter. The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile, something quieter than that, an acknowledgement. I was going to walk, he said. Same direction, if you want company, or if you don't, I'll fall behind, either way. It was the either way that decided her. Not an invitation, not a presumption, simply an offer placed on the ground between them, with no expectation attached. Come on then, she said, and started walking. The first block was silence, and the silence was comfortable in the way that silence between strangers rarely is. They walked at the same pace without either of them adjusting, a small synchronization that Tammy noticed but didn't comment on. The city made its usual sounds around them. A distant train, still running on other lines, the hiss of a water main somewhere underground. the particular hollow echo of footsteps on wet concrete that makes a city sound larger than it is. He walked slightly to her left, close enough to talk without raising his voice, far enough that their arms did not touch. There was something careful about the distance, not the carefulness of someone afraid of intimacy, but of someone who understood that space, in the dark, was a gift. "Do you do this often?" he asked after they had turned the first corner. "Walk it when the trains stop?" "Sometimes, when it's late and I don't want to wait for a cab." "You don't mind walking alone at this hour?" "I mind waiting more." He nodded, as if this were a reasonable philosophy. Perhaps it was. Tammy had spent years constructing a life that moved, always moving, always going somewhere, always arriving at the next thing before the current thing could settle into wait. She had a job that required it, a late-night radio show, 3 hours of live broadcasting that ended at midnight, after which the city opened up like an empty theatre, and she was free to walk through it, still humming with the residual electricity of voices and music and the particular intimacy of speaking into a microphone to people she would never see. Tonight the show had been about insomnia. A listener had called in, a woman, older, whose voice was thin and precise, and had said, "I don't think insomnia is about not being able to sleep. I think it's about not being able to stop being awake. There's a difference." Tammy had let the silence after that statement breathe for a full 4 seconds before moving on. It was the longest pause she had ever allowed on air. Now she was walking through that same wakefulness, and the man beside her seemed to share it. Not the restlessness of insomnia, but its clarity. The way the world sharpens when you refuse to let it blur. "I moved here 6 months ago," he said, after another block. "I still get lost." "Where did you move from?" "Somewhere quieter." He paused. Somewhere where the silence was actual silence, not just the absence of one particular noise. Tammy understood this. She had lived in the city long enough to know that its silence was a relative thing, a lowering of volume, not a cessation. Even now, in the deepest part of the night, the city breathed. It was never truly quiet. It simply changed the register of its sound. "You'll get used to it," she said. "Or you won't, and you'll leave." "Which do you think happens more often?" "Leaving." He laughed. A short, genuine sound surprised out of him. "That's bleak. It's honest." They turned another corner. A cat sat on a fire escape above them, watching them pass with the supreme indifference of a creature that had never once wondered where it belonged. The streetlight here flickered, not steadily, but in irregular pulses as if it were dreaming. "What were you doing tonight?" he asked. "Before the train." "Working." "What kind of work?" "The kind where strangers tell me things they wouldn't say in daylight." He looked at her sideways. In the flickering light, his face was hard to read. Not guarded exactly, but unfinished, as if the darkness was still deciding what expression to give him. His eyes were dark. His hair was slightly damp from the mist that had been falling all evening. Not rain, exactly, but the city's way of being damp without committing to weather. "That sounds like either a very good job or a very lonely one," he said. "Both," Tammy said, and was surprised by how easily the word came out. They walked on. The first stop passed, a shuttered entrance, a sign that said Chambers in white letters on green, and neither of them mentioned it. The second block opened up into a wider street, and the wider street opened up into something that felt, briefly, like breathing room. There was a small square here, not a park exactly, but a pause in the grid. A bench, a single tree, leafless in the November cold, its bare branches catching the streetlight and holding it like something cupped in dark hands, a few parked cars, their surfaces beaded with mist. They slowed without deciding to slow down. Tammy sat on the bench. She hadn't planned to. Her body simply stopped, the way a body does when it has been held at a particular tension for too long and suddenly finds permission to release. She set her bag on the ground beside her and stretched her legs out in front of her, and the streetlight caught the wet shine of her boots and the dark wool of her coat and the loose strand of hair that had come free from behind her ear sometime in the last block. He sat beside her. Not close. There was room for another person between them, but close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the particular heat that a body gives off on a cold night. It was not an intimate warmth. It was simply the warmth of another living thing, and on a night like this, in a city this empty, it was enough. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence had a different quality now, heavier, more textured. It was the silence of two people who were deciding, without saying so, whether to go deeper or stay on the surface. "I had a dream last week," he said, suddenly, as if he were continuing a conversation they had already been having. "I was in a building, one of those old ones with high ceilings and dark wood floors, and every room led to another room, and every room was empty, and I kept walking through them, looking for something. I don't know what. When I woke up, I couldn't remember what I'd been looking for, but I remembered the feeling." What feeling? That it mattered, that finding it would have changed something. Tammy looked at him. In the cold air his breath was visible, a thin thread of vapour that appeared and dissolved so quickly it was almost not there. She watched it for a moment, this small proof of his presence, and felt something shift inside her chest. Not desire, not yet. Something earlier than desire. The feeling of paying attention to someone for the first time and finding that the attention itself was pleasurable. "I think most people are looking for something like that," she said. "A room they haven't found yet." "Do you have one? A room you haven't found yet?" She considered this. The honest answer was complicated. The honest answer involved a version of herself that she had built carefully over years. The version that moved, that broadcasted, that filled the air with other people's voices so that her own silence would not be noticed. The version that had learned to live entirely on the surface of things, skimming across them like a stone across water, never sinking deep enough to feel the cold. "I think I used to," she said. "I'm not sure where it went." He nodded. He did not say "I'm sorry" or "maybe you'll find it again" or any of the other things people say when someone admits to a loss they cannot name. He simply nodded, and the nod said, "I hear you. That is enough." They sat for another minute in the quiet. A car passed at the end of the square, its headlights sweeping across the bench like a lighthouse beam, and for one brief, bright second, Tammy saw his face clearly. The angle of his jaw, the slight furrow between his brows, the way his hands rested in his lap with the fingers loosely curled, as if he were holding something small and invisible. Then the light passed, and the darkness returned, and they were strangers again, sitting together in the space between one life and another. "We should keep walking," she said. "Yes," he said. But neither of them moved for another 30 seconds. The third block was where the city changed its mood. They had left the wider street behind and entered a narrower one. A street lined with old buildings, their facades darkened by decades of soot and rain, their windows lit from within in scattered irregular patterns. Someone on the 4th floor had a lamp burning. Someone else, 2 buildings down, had left a television on and the blue flicker of it visible through curtainless glass, soundless, like a signal fire with no one tending it. The street smelled of damp stone and something else. Something faint and mineral, like the inside of a well. Tammy knew this smell. It was the smell of old cities in winter, the smell of water moving underground through channels that had been there for centuries, carrying the city's memory with it like sediment. They were walking faster now, not from urgency, but from the particular energy that comes when two people have been talking for a while, and the conversation has begun to generate its own momentum. They had been talking about small things, her favourite movie, a book he had read last month, the way the city looked different at night versus in daylight, and the small things had begun, almost imperceptibly, to deepen. He had told her about leaving. Not the logistics of it, not the packing or the lease or the forwarding of mail, but the feeling, the way a life, when you step out of it, looks suddenly like a room you have been standing in without seeing, the furniture of it, the way the light fell at certain hours, the particular quality of the silence in that place, which he had mistaken for peace but which had actually been absence. "I thought I was choosing stillness," he said. "Turns out I was just not choosing anything. And now? Now I'm walking through a city at 1 in the morning with someone I met on a platform. So I suppose something has changed." Tammy felt the words land, not as flirtation, which they were not, but as confession. The simple, unadorned confession of someone admitting that they had been lost and were only now beginning to notice. It reminded her of something she had read once, years ago, in a novel she could no longer name. The idea that the most dangerous moment in any relationship is not the first touch, but the first time one person tells the truth and the other person does not look away. She did not look away. They passed the third stop. Another shuttered entrance, another green sign, and the street narrowed further, and the buildings on either side seemed to lean toward each other overhead, their upper stories almost touching, creating a corridor of shadow and damp air that felt for a moment like the inside of something living. And then Tammy stopped walking. She did not mean to stop. Her body simply did, the way it had on the bench, as if some internal mechanism had reached a threshold and simply refused to carry her further without acknowledgement. She stood in the middle of the sidewalk, her hands at her sides, and looked at the street ahead of her and felt something enormous and quiet moving through her, like a wave passing beneath the surface of water that looks, from above, perfectly still. He stopped too. He turned to face her. The streetlight here was working properly, steady, bright, unforgiving, and in its light she could see him fully for the first time, not just the shape of him, or the suggestion of his features in the dark, but the actual person, the tiredness around his eyes, the slight roughness of his jaw, the way his mouth was set in a line that was neither smile nor frown, but something more honest than either. A mouth that had stopped performing. "What is it?" he asked, quietly. "I don't know," she said. And this was true. She did not know what it was. She knew only that it was happening, that something was happening inside her that she had not felt in a very long time, something that had nothing to do with desire and everything to do with the sudden, vertiginous sensation of being seen. Not looked at, seen. The way you are seen when someone pays attention to you, not because they want something from you, but simply because you are there, and being there is interesting, and the interest is its own sufficient reason. "I think," she said slowly, choosing each word the way you choose each step on an unfamiliar staircase in the dark, "that I have been very afraid of stopping." "I know," he said. "Me too." The admission hung between them, not heavy but present, like smoke, like breath in cold air. It existed in the space between them, and neither of them moved to dispel it. "Should we keep going?" she asked. He looked at her. Then he looked at the street ahead, the last block, the final stop, the subway entrance that would open back up and swallow them into separate directions. "Yes," he said, but slowly. The fourth block was different from the others. The street here was quieter, not emptier, but quieter, in the way that a room becomes quiet when someone in it stops talking, and the silence that follows is not absence but presence. The buildings here were older, their stone faces worn smooth by weather and time, and the streetlights cast a warmer light, amber rather than white, that softened everything it touched. They walked slowly, very slowly, the kind of slowness that is not laziness or fatigue but a deliberate, mutual decision to extend the time. Every step was a small choice. The choice to stay in this corridor between stations, this space that belonged to neither of them, and therefore belonged, in some strange way, to both. They had stopped talking. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people who have said enough. Not everything, not nearly everything, but enough that the words have done their work and now the body must do the rest. Tammy was aware of him the way she was aware of the cold, not as an idea, but as a sensation. The heat of him beside her, the sound of his breathing, which had synchronized with hers without either of them noticing. The slight rustle of his coat when he moved, the small sounds a body makes when it is simply existing in space, alive and present and close. She was aware, too, of her own body, of the way it felt different than it had an hour ago. Not changed exactly, woken, the way a limb feels when blood returns to it after. Numbness, tingling, almost painful, but the pain is the pain of coming back to life. She'd not realised how numb she'd been until this moment, walking beside someone who made her notice that she had a body at all. They reached the corner where the street opened onto the last stretch, the final 100 yards before the subway entrance, the green sign, the stairs leading back down into the humming underground. The city reasserted itself here, a taxi idling at a red light, its yellow roof catching the streetlight. A couple emerging from a bar on the far side of the street, laughing at something. The distant, constant murmur of traffic on the larger avenues, the city's heartbeat that never quite stopped. They stopped at the corner. The subway entrance was 50 yards away. Tammy could see it. The green sign, the metal railing, the concrete stairs descending into brightness. It was open again. A man was walking down the stairs, phone in hand, already somewhere else in his mind. The trains were running. The night was ending its interruption, resuming its ordinary business. Tammy looked at the entrance. Then she looked at him. He was already looking at her. In the amber streetlight, in the stillness of the corner, with the city resuming its noise just beyond the edge of their small shared silence. Something happened that was not dramatic and was not sudden, and was not the way these things happen in the stories that promise them. What happened was this. She turned toward him, and he did not step back. That was all. The turning, the not stepping back, the closing of the distance that had existed between them all night, not the physical distance, which had been small since the bench, but the other distance, the one that exists between any two people before they have decided, consciously or not, to be known to each other. She was close enough now to feel his breath, warm, faint, brushing the cold air between them, close enough to see in the streetlight the exact colour of his eyes, which were darker than she had thought, almost black, and which were looking at her with an expression she could not quite name, but which felt, in her chest, like being given permission. He raised his hand, slowly, not reaching for her exactly, but moving toward her the way water moves toward a low point, following gravity, following the shape of the ground. His fingertips touched the back of her hand where it hung at her side. Just the fingertips, just the faintest pressure, the lightest possible acknowledgement that she was there, that she was real, that the night and the walking and the talking had not been imagined. Tammy looked down at his hand on hers, at the small point of contact, his skin against hers, warm in the cold air. She looked at it for a long time, long enough for the moment to become something more than a moment, long enough for it to become a decision. Then she turned her hand over and let her fingers close around his. Neither of them moved for several seconds. They stood there at the corner holding hands in the most ordinary way, not intertwined, not desperate, not the grip of people afraid of losing each other, simply held, simply present. The way you hold something you have found after looking for it without knowing you were looking. And then, because the distance between them had already been closed, because there was no longer any space left in which restraint could live, he leaned toward her and she did not move away. And the kiss happened the way the best kisses happen in the quietest stories, without announcement, without spectacle, without the dramatic machinery of desire. It simply occurred, the way dawn occurs, not suddenly, but inevitably, as the natural conclusion of everything that had come before. It was not a long kiss. It was not a passionate kiss in the way that word is usually meant. It was something rarer than passion. It was a kiss of recognition, two people finding in each other's mouth the particular flavour of honesty they had been tasting all night in each other's words. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds, perhaps 5, long enough to feel, long enough to know. When they parted, they did not step back. They stayed close, foreheads almost touching, breath mingling in the cold air between them, hands still loosely held. Tammy closed her eyes. Behind her lids the streetlight pulsed its amber warmth, and the city made its distant sounds, and the night continued its business of turning imperceptibly toward morning. "There it is," he said, very quietly. She opened her eyes. He was smiling. A real smile this time. Not the quarter smile from the platform, but something fuller. Something that reached his eyes and changed the shape of his face entirely. He looked younger. He looked like someone who had just set down something heavy. "There it is," she said. They walked the last 50 yards together, still holding hands, and the subway entrance yawned. Before them, bright, operational, indifferent to what had just occurred on the corner behind them, a woman pushed through the turnstile, earbuds in, already gone. The fluorescent light hummed its familiar note, and the smell of the underground rose up the stairs like breath from a sleeping body, metal and electricity and the particular warmth of enclosed air. They stood at the top of the stairs. Tammy's stop was 3 stops north. His was 2 stops south, back the way they had come, on a different line, a different direction entirely. The geography of their separation was simple and absolute. There was no version of this in which they continued together. There was no next stop they could both take. She looked at him. He looked at her. The city moved around them. A taxi honked somewhere, a door closed, someone laughed on a phone call half a block away, and none of it touched the small, still space they occupied at the top of those stairs. "I don't know your name," she said. "I know," he said. A beat of silence. Not uncomfortable. Charged. Yes. With everything that had just happened. With the weight of the night and the walking and the kiss and the particular quality of being known by someone without being known at all. But not uncomfortable. The silence of 2 people who understood, without needing to say so, that what had passed between them did not require the ordinary machinery of continuation. No numbers exchanged. No someday. No attempt to preserve what had existed entirely in the space between stations, in the dark, in the hours when the city had briefly stopped moving and allowed them to stop with it. What had happened was complete. It did not need a sequel. Tammy squeezed his hand, once lightly, and released it. The warmth of his palm lingered on hers for a moment after the contact ended, the way an image lingers after you close your eyes. "Thank you," she said, "for walking." "Thank you," he said, "for not calling a cab." She smiled. He smiled back. And then, because the subway was open, and the trains were running, and the city was resuming its ordinary insistence on destinations, they turned in opposite directions. Tammy descended the stairs. The fluorescent light closed over her, and the sound of the trains grew louder, and the smell of the underground replaced the smell of the street. She walked to the platform and waited. A train arrived in 40 seconds. She stepped on. The doors closed. She did not look back. Not because she did not want to, because she understood, in the way that understanding sometimes arrives not as thought, but as sensation, as a quiet settling in the chest, that the looking back was not the point. The point was what she carried with her now, descending into the underground, riding north through the dark tunnels beneath the city, the memory of a hand held in the cold, a kiss that tasted like honesty, and the slow, extraordinary discovery that stillness was not something to be afraid of. It was simply where you went when you finally stopped running. The altitude of desire. The sun over Avengerfield did not merely shine, it interrogated. It was a fierce white eye that turned the Texas horizon into a shimmering lake of quicksilver, a mirage of water that offered no cool relief to the women of the Wasp. Lily Ace Thorne stood on the tarmac, the heat rising through the soles of her boots in a slow, relentless pulse that felt like the earth itself was feverish. Around her, the air was a thick industrial stew of scorched oil, high-octane gasoline, and the fine abrasive dust of the Llano Estacado, a grit that settled in the seams of her coveralls and the corners of her eyes, a constant reminder of the world's unyielding friction. The sound was a character in its own right, the rhythmic, teeth-rattling thrum of radial engines. It was a sound that didn't just hit the ears, it occupied the bones. To Lily, it was the only heartbeat that mattered. Since the war had brought the roof down over the orderly, restrained life she'd known in the East, she had learned to prefer the company of machines to the exhausting complexity of human feeling. The 86 Texan trainers sat in long silver rows like predatory birds waiting for the command to strike, their metal skins reflecting the glare with a brilliance that was almost violent. Lily checked her clipboard with a precision that bordered on the religious. She was 27, an age where her bloom had supposedly vanished early, or so the whispers in her hometown would have had it. The faded daughter of a bankrupt estate who had sacrificed her youth to a man who had ultimately found her altered and left her behind. Here, in the harsh, clarifying light of Sweetwater, that ghost was a thin, paper-like thing. She treated her body as an extension of the throttle, her heart as a valve that could be closed at will. She was no longer a woman of pining and restraint. She was a navigator of the mechanical. Captain Elias Vance watched her from the shadow of the operation shack, his own internal ghost sitting heavy on his shoulders, like a shroud of lead. He was a man whose squadron had been erased from the sky over the Mediterranean, leaving him with a nihilistic conviction that beauty was merely a precursor to destruction. He was a man who saw the world through a lens of inevitable ash, seeking the fire of life but fearing the cold residue it left behind. He found the sight of Lily Thorne deeply offensive to his sense of order. She was too efficient, too composed, her face a mask of competence that ignored the tragedy of the age. He wanted to believe she was merely another simpering American chit with no soul, but her straight steel-grey gaze accused his cynicism. "Ms. Thorne," he called out, his voice a clear-cut English enunciation that felt out of place in the Texas dust. "The flight lines are being reorganized. You're listed for the night flight inspection of Tail 402. Lily didn't look up from her clipboard. "Already on," hit Captain. "The canopy is sluggish." Elias stepped into the heat, the contrast between the rough wool of his uniform and the humid air creating a visceral discomfort. He followed her toward the plane, his eyes involuntarily tracing the slim, straight line of her back, a silhouette that reminded him of a young birch tree against an ancient whitewashed porch, a memory of a peace he no longer believed in. The sun dipped below the horizon, turning the Texas sky into a bruised palette of violet and deep industrial orange. The heat remained, trapped in the metal of the planes like a physical weight. Lily climbed onto the wing of the Texan, her movements practiced and devoid of grace, the grit of the day still clinging to her skin. "It's jammed," she muttered, her hands straining against the cold, grease-slicked metal of the cockpit canopy. Elias was beside her in an instant, his presence a sudden, warm pressure in the dark. "Allow me," he said, reaching past her. Their hands met on the metal track. It was intended to be a casual assistance, a moment of mechanical cooperation. But as Elias's palm brushed the bare skin of Lily's wrist, a jolt of static electricity, a sharp blue spark in the twilight, shattered the air between them. It was a shock of recognition that went beyond the physical. Lily gasped, her heart, that supposed machine, hammering a wild, syncopated rhythm against her ribs. For a moment, the deafening thrum of the engines seemed to fade into a profound, ancient melody that belonged to the blood and the marrow, not the sky. Elias did not pull away. His fingers tightened around the metal, his hand hovering agonizingly close to hers. In the half-light, his eyes were no longer troubled and brooding. They were dark, consuming, filled with a tired desire that mirrored the vast, unmapped landscape of the desert. "The metal is hot," he whispered, his voice vibrating in the small space of the wing. "I hadn't noticed," Lily replied, her composure a fractured thing. The canopy gave way with a sudden violent slide, but neither moved. They stood on the precipice of a new unexplored world, the smell of sage and oil swirling around them like a secret incense. The spark had been struck, and though they were pilots of war, they were now navigators of a fire that neither could control. A sudden dust storm, a black blizzard of the plains, swept over the field 2 days later, turning the afternoon into a gritty, sepia-toned midnight. Lily and Elias, caught mid-transit between the mess hall and the flight line, were forced to take shelter in a remote half-empty hangar. Inside, the atmosphere was a sanctuary of skin and canvas. The wind outside howled against the corrugated metal walls, a sound like 1,000 distant ghosts. But inside, the air was still and smelled of dry sage and the heavy, sweet scent of dope used to stiffen the plane's fabric wings. They sat on a pile of folded parachutes, the silk rustling beneath them like a dry, white sea. "You look absurd," Lily said, her voice echoing in the vast dim space. She was looking at Elias, whose impeccably tailored uniform was now coated in a fine layer of red Texas earth, making him look more like a common labourer than a captain. Elias laughed, an unguarded rhythmic sound that Lily had never heard from him. "I suppose I do. It seems the English accent is no match for a Texas wind." He leaned back, his eyes searching hers in the half-light. "Sometimes, Thorn, I feel as if I have forgotten the language of the living. My world has been made of lists, of casualties, of the cold mathematics of flight. I look at this storm and I see only the end of things." Lily felt a sudden sharp ache of compassion for him. She reached out, her fingers brushing the dust from his shoulder. "The storm ends, Captain. The dust settles. We are still here." Her hand lingered a second too long. The tension between them was no longer a static jolt. It was a slow, molten burn. Elias didn't move, but his gaze became a weight, a visceral pull that Lily felt in her very quick. They were two people on a sinking ship, finding a strange, desperate intimacy in the ruin. The officers' club was a crowded, humid environment, the air thick with the smell of cheap bourbon, and the desperate energy of men and women who didn't know if they would see the next sunrise. A scratchy record played on a phonograph, its brassy notes competing with the loud, malicious laughter of the men at the bar. Elias led Lily onto the small makeshift dance floor. As they moved, his hand came to rest on the small of her back. The contrast was a revelation. The rough, scratchy wool of his uniform sleeve against the thin, soft cotton of her dress. It was a near touch that felt more intimate than a kiss, a sensory immersion that made Lily's knees feel like they were melting inside her. "You dance better than you inspect tail sections," Elias whispered near her ear, his breath a warm, nipping air against her neck. Lily looked up at him, her grey eyes marvellous in the shifting light. "And you, Captain, seem remarkably adept at avoiding the gloom when the music starts." "I am merely holding on to the one thing that feels solid in this mad tea party," he replied, his grip on her waist tightening almost imperceptibly. They were surrounded by people, yet they were in a secluded wood of their own making. Every time their bodies brushed in the crowd, a queer, vibrating thrill rippled through Lily, a final spasm of self-assertion against her machine-like reserve. The deepening intensified during a high-altitude training maneuver. Elias was in the lead plane, Lily on his wing. A sudden thermal caught her Texan, throwing the plane toward his in a terrifying silver flash. She corrected just in time, the two planes missing each other by mere inches. When they landed, the adrenaline was a physical presence, a heat that shimmered off the runway. Elias was out of his cockpit before his engine had fully stopped, his face a disfigured mask of rage and terror. "What in the name of God were you doing?" he shouted, grabbing her by the shoulders as she climbed down. Lily didn't answer. She was breathing fast, her eyes wide and wide-eyed and lost. The weight of his gaze was heavier than the Texas heat, his hands on her shoulders a command she had no power to resist. "You almost—" he broke off, his anger suddenly collapsing into a desperate heaving breast. He drew her close, the smell of his sweat and the hot metal of the plane creating a sanctuary of skin amidst the machinery of war. "Don't," she whispered, her voice a soft, mild thing. "I cannot help it," Elias replied, his eyes darkling with a passion that swept over him like a conflagration. They stood silhouetted against the horizon, the first real threat of loss having stripped away their masks and left them exposed. The news arrived with the cold, prideful distance of a government decree. Lily Thorne was selected for an elite high-risk ferrying mission to the North African front, while Elias Vance was ordered back to immediate combat duty in the Mediterranean. The announcement, made in the sterile, airless environment of the operations room, felt like a literal wound to Lily. Her internal ghost, the girl who'd been left behind to wither while others sailed into the sun, erupted with a cold, desperate withdrawal. She looked at Elias across the room, her word having no weight, her convenience, as always, giving way to the necessities of men. She didn't seek him out. Instead, she retreated into a well-bred sort of emotional anarchy, mocking her own feelings before they could mock her. When Elias tried to speak to her in the shadow of Tail 402, she turned her face away, her expression anxious and triumphant in its icy composure. "Thorne, we need to talk about the logistics," he said, his voice hesitant, lacking its usual assertive shape. "There is nothing to talk about, Captain," she replied, her voice low and steady, as if she were speaking to a stranger. "The war has its utility, and we are merely its tools. You have your orders, and I have mine. Anything else is a minor accompaniment." She felt him flinch, a slight sign of awareness of the woman's presence that she refused to acknowledge. He was millions of degrees remote from her now, and she preferred it that way. If she couldn't have his presence, she would have her own perfect, pure and noble freedom. Elias departed for the coast at daybreak, without a final word. Lily sat in the cockpit of her trainer, the engine silent for the first time in months. The absence of the thrum was not peace. It was a hollow echo of a ghost, a vacuum that sucked the very vitality out of the air. She watched the empty bay of the sky where his plane had disappeared, her gaze fixed on a smoke plume that was already vague on the bright skyline. The landscape of the airfield, once so full of electric potential, was now merely scorched earth and toppling masonry in her mind. The days that followed were a stupor of discontent. She went through the motions of her final training, her body a machine, but her heart fretted with a pain that was not yet the pain of a love, but the visceral ache of a physical union that had been denied its crisis. She lay in her bunk at night, the silence of the barracks so heavy she felt she was being crushed by it. She remembered his hand on her wrist, the heart of my heart quality, of his unguarded laughter, and the memory was a menace that threatened to dethrone her pride. She was alone, absolutely destitute and friendless in her own soul, her only kin a silver-winged bird that couldn't answer her. 2 days before her takeoff for the coast, Lily was stationed at a desolate waypoint airfield in New Mexico. It was a place of high, thin air and a silence that beetles o'er its base into the desert. She sat in the shadow of a B-17 bomber, its massive skeletal form a silent reproach to the fleeting patterns of human desire. The rift was a canyon between them now, broader and deeper than any ocean. She felt that she had betrayed herself perpetually, so unguarded in her first spark, so cowardly in her rift. She was a girl whose brain was full of abnormal thought, waiting for a bell to toll for a life she hadn't yet lived. The silence of the waypoint was broken by a sound that made Lily's pulses beat in her eyes. It was the thrum of an engine, not a bomber, but the sharp, aggressive roar of a fighter plane. A silhouette appeared against the golden horizon, a silver-winged plane that was not supposed to be there. Lily stood up, her heart clenching like a fist. She knew that sound. She knew that approach. It was a movement of the possible as possible, an actuality she hadn't dared to name. Elias Vance had flown across 1,000 miles of desert to find her, before the war swallowed them both whole. Elias landed the plane with a reckless sliding grace that threw a cloud of copper snow across the desert airfield. He was out of the cockpit and running before the propeller had finished its dying cough. Lily stood by the massive tire of the B-17, her breath coming in short, gasping fits of loud, groaning hope. "I have reasons for being here," he said, his voice hoarsened and rasping, his face congested with a dark flush she had never seen. He didn't wait for her to speak. He seized her as a prize, his arms throwing themselves round her neck with a boisterous, desperate ceremony. "You are a fool, Captain," Lily whispered, her face buried in the rough wool of his uniform, the smell of cordite and gasoline a more intoxicating perfume than any orris. "I am a man who would rather burn in your fire than freeze in my safety," Elias replied, his hands tracing the silky slope of her loins through the fabric of her flight suit. "The war can have my life, but it cannot have this night." He led her into the belly of the bomber, a dark, cavernous sanctuary of cold metal smelling, of oil and old leather. Inside, the desert wind was a distant, irrelevant thing, and the silence was a gate they were finally ready to walk through. In the dim, shadowed interior of the B-17, Elias's hands were no longer hesitant. He unfastened her flight suit, the metal zipper a sharp, industrial sound in the silence. As the fabric fell away, Lily felt her legs naked and free, an extraordinary sensation of sticking to the cold metal seat that was quickly replaced by the wavers of his heat. Elias's mouth fastened on the tip of her breast, his tongue insistent, shocking her with a visceral realism that shattered her last machine-like defense. Lily moaned with a happiness and deliverance she had never known, her own hands groping for the pulse in his throat, a throb that felt like the very heartbeat of the living world. He was molten inside her, a flame of desire that shot through every conduit of her body. Drawing from a primal rhythmic synchronization that mimicked the engine's power, Elias plunged into her with an unwavering heat, his body a home-driven wedge that fixed her to the moment, making her quick, spirited and alive all over. The anatomical honesty of their union was a celebratory scene, where the white liquid of their shared passion was not a manifestation of energy, but a healing of the bruise of the war. They found a primeval thing in the heart of the machinery, a final chapter that refused to be suppressed. As they lay afterward on the folded parachutes, the soft, quiescent rapture of their shared skin was a sanctuary amidst the tools of destruction. The physical union had exorcised their ghosts. Lily realized her heart was not a machine to be controlled, but a well-born source of life that had been waiting for this shock of recognition. Elias looked at her, his smoke-blue eyes mobile and clear. I used to think beauty was a snare, a precursor to the ash, but this night is indestructible. It is a symbol of a different art, not the cracked looking-glass, but the form of forms. They were no longer pilots of a tragic age. They were creatures of the afterwards, who had found a soul in the heat of the fire. The transformation was absolute. They stood and fastened their clothes, looking round at the dense and mechanical world with a sense of infinite soothing and assurance. The reckoning was over, and the truth had erupted like a bell rippling up to a culmination. The day arrived not with a roar, but with a sudden vast candescence of silence. The war had ended, and the ruins of the age were finally ready to be built upon. Lily Thorne stood once more on the tarmac, no longer a ferrier of death, but a pioneer of a new, unmapped peace. She watched a flight of planes take off in a final celebratory salute, their silver wings catching the blue horizon. The thrumming vibration returned, but instead of representing a machine-like coldness, it now resonated as the heartbeat of a shared future. It was the sensory echo of that night in the desert, a rhythm that promised sex and home building and race founding. Elias returned in a comfortable carriage of his own making, his face scarred by the fires of the front, but alive in the eyes. He was finally liberated from his gloom, a man who had seen the magic lure of the living and had refused to let go. They met in the middle of the runway, the dust settling around them like a benediction. As they embraced, the heat of the sun was no longer an interrogation. It was a gleamy warmth that shot through their joined hands. "You are still altered," Elias whispered, pulling her back down onto the bench of the heart and kissing her with a fervour that had no equal. "And you, Captain," Lee replied, her lips having the frosty fragrance of a young autumnal rose, "are still the most impossible person I have ever known." They stood as two silhouettes against the vast open sky, standing between a parked silver-winged plane and a horizon that offered a paradisal promise. They were no longer pilots of war, but navigators of a new life, their every effort to share each other's thoughts and gild their days with a realistic, tender and lingering intimacy. The shuttle had finished its slow and heavy weaving, binding their far shores together with a cord of truth and courage that none could compute. They were at last in the woman's kingdom and the man's heart, world without end. The last runway light. The desert heat made mirages of everything. Sarah Olson watched them shimmer across the tarmac as she pulled her rental car into the gravel lot of Meridian Field, if you could call 3 hangars and a single runway a field. The place looked like ambition's graveyard, paint peeling from corrugated metal, windows opaque with dust, one windsock hanging limp as a broken promise. She'd come because the program was affordable, and the instructor had logged more hours than pilots half his age. She'd come because commercial aviation didn't care about the poetry of flight, only precision, repetition, and the muscle memory of competence. Meridian could give her that. What it couldn't give her was air conditioning. She stepped from the car into heat that struck like a physical thing. "You're early." The voice came from the shadow of Hangar 2. He emerged slowly, as if testing his welcome in the light. Tall, weathered, maybe 55, with the kind of economy in his movements that spoke of hard-won discipline. His eyes were the colour of dark thunderheads. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected. "If our session starts at 0600, it does." He extended a hand. David Carver. His grip was brief, calloused, impersonal. She'd read about him. Or rather, she'd found fragments online. Record-setting stunt pilot in his 30s, then nothing for 15 years, Then this, a quiet instructor gig at the edge of nowhere. The gaps interested her less than the hours, 10,000 of them at least. "I assume you can follow instructions," he said. "I assume you can give them clearly." Something flickered in his expression, not quite approval, but acknowledgement. "Hangar 2. We'll start with ground school." The weeks that followed were austere, exacting, almost monastic. David taught as if flight were a language more precise than words, a grammar of physics, weather, and consequence. He praised nothing and corrected everything. When Sarah executed a perfect crosswind landing on her third solo, he simply said, "Again." She learned to read him in small occurrences, the slight nod when she remembered to clear the pattern, the way he leaned back in the instructor's seat when her radio calls improved, the particular quality of his silence when she got something exactly right. There was a rhythm to their days that felt almost sacred. Dawn broke pink and gold over the desert, and they would be there already. Sarah running her pre-flight check while David reviewed the weather briefing with the same intensity he might bring to scripture. The Cessna 172 they flew was older than Sarah, its panels worn smooth by thousands of hands, but David maintained it with meticulous care. "An aircraft will forgive you many things," he told her during their second week, his hand resting on the cowling, "but neglect isn't one of them." She learned that he'd rebuilt this plane himself over the course of 3 years, learned that he knew every rivet, every seam, every quirk of its particular engine. He taught her to listen, really listen, to the sound of the propeller, the quality of the vibration through the airframe, the subtle music of a machine operating at the edge of its capabilities. "Feel that?" he'd ask, his hand over hers on the yoke as they climbed. That's the stall warning. Not the horn, before the horn. The way the controls get soft, like they're asking permission instead of responding to command. Sarah felt it. More than that, she began to understand that David was teaching her something beyond the mechanics of flight. He was teaching her to be present, to notice, to develop the kind of attention that meant the difference between competence and mastery. Pre-dawn became their shared country. They met before the sun broke, when the air was still cooperative and the desert offered up coolness like a secret. He made coffee in a battered percolator that looked older than the aircraft. She brought pastries from the highway gas station, which he ate without comment. Words came slowly, if at all, but in the cockpit they spoke fluently, his hand occasionally steadying the yoke when she overcorrected, her instinct developing for when he wanted her to work through a problem versus when he needed her to listen. "You fly like you're afraid of wanting it," he said once, 40 minutes into a cross-country. Sarah kept her eyes on the horizon. "I fly like someone who can't afford mistakes. Those aren't the same thing. In my life they are." He didn't push. That was the thing about David. He left silence where other instructors stuffed advice. But she felt him thinking beside her, felt the weight of his attention even when his gaze was on the instruments. It was a Thursday evening, the sun dropping fast and turning everything copper, when the awareness shifted. They were reviewing her logbook in the hangar, standing close over the spread pages. He pointed to an entry and she leaned, in to see, and his shoulder brushed hers, and neither of them moved away. The contact lasted 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then he stepped back as if stung. "That's enough for today," he said, his voice rougher than usual. Sarah drove home with her hands tight on the wheel, her body humming with something that had nothing to do with altitude. The summer deepened. Sarah's hours accumulated. Solo time, night flying, complex maneuvers she could execute in her sleep. But what accumulated faster was the thing neither of them named. The gravitational pull that existed in proximity, in shared danger, in trust earned at 3,000 feet when the engine coughed, and he'd simply said, "You have it," and watched her bring them down with textbook calm. After evening sessions, when the heat finally broke, they began to linger. He'd lock the hangar and she'd still be there, and somehow they'd end up sitting on the hood of her car talking about her scholarship applications, about the airline, programs that wanted 90-day commitments and total geographic flexibility, about the future she was building with such careful determination. The conversation started surface level but deepened as the weeks passed. Sarah learned that David had grown up in Ohio, the son of a factory worker who'd never understood why anyone would want to leave solid ground. That he'd learned to fly at 17 with money saved from 3 part-time jobs. That his father had died never having seen him perform, which David said was probably a mercy given how the performing ended. She told him about her mother, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep Sarah in a decent school district. About the scholarship essay she had written at 14, mapping out her path to commercial aviation with the certainty of someone who'd never been given the luxury of uncertainty. About the night her mother had told her, pride and terror mixed, that she'd applied to become an astronaut, and what a shame about her eyesight. She wanted the moon, Sarah said, watching stars emerge in the darkening sky. I just want to fly people safely from A to B. It probably sounds boring. It sounds honest, David replied. The moon is beautiful from a distance, but the people who need to get home, they're the ones who matter. It was the most she had heard him say about his own philosophy, and she understood then what the accident had done to him. Not broken him, but rebuilt him along different lines. Made him someone who valued return over departure, safety over glory. Do you miss it? She asked. The stunts, the crowds. He was quiet for a long moment. I miss the certainty. When you're 20 feet off the deck doing a knife-edge pass, there's no room for doubt. You're either perfect or you're dead. It's binary, simple. And now? Now everything is grey. Every decision is a risk calculation with incomplete information. It's harder, but it's... He paused, searching. It's more real. The person I was at 30 couldn't have taught you anything worth knowing. He was all reflex and no reflection. Sarah thought about the man beside her. Thoughtful, careful, present in a way that felt like a conscious choice rather than a default state. I'm glad I got this version, she said quietly. When she looked at him, something had shifted in his expression. His eyes held hers for 3 seconds too long, and in those seconds, she felt the current that had been building between them suddenly surge into visibility. He stood abruptly. It's late. You should get back before the road gets any darker. But his voice was rough, and when Sarah stood too, close enough that she could smell the particular combination of aviation fuel and desert heat that seemed to live in his skin, he didn't step away. You'll get it, David said one night. You're the kind of pilot they're looking for. What kind is that? Competent, uncompromising, focused. Sounds thrilling. He smiled, rarely but genuinely. It's not supposed to be thrilling. It's supposed to be safe. And you hate that. I respect it. He looked at her then, really looked, and something in his face was undefended. I respect it because I used to be the opposite, and people got hurt. She'd wondered about the silences in his history, the years unaccounted for. What happened? David was quiet so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, I pushed too far on a stunt sequence. Low visibility, high stakes, ego higher than both. My wingman clipped a tower guide wire. Survived, but his career didn't. Neither did mine for a while. That's why you stopped? That's why I learned when to stop. He slid off the hood, put distance between them. It's the only thing I've gotten right since. But he'd gotten other things right, Sarah thought. He'd gotten her right. How to teach her, when to challenge her, when to simply be steady. He'd seen her not as potential to exploit or talent to claim, but as a person learning to trust herself in the air. The wanting started then. Not sudden, but surfacing. Acknowledgement of what had been building beneath every correction, every shared dawn. Every moment his hand guided hers on the throttle. She told herself it was gratitude, transference, the predictable cliché of student and teacher. She knew, with the same certainty she knew how to read an altimeter, that it was none of those things. It was a Tuesday when everything shifted. She'd been practicing short field landings, and on the fourth approach, a dust devil materialized out of nowhere, a whirling column that grabbed the aircraft and shook it like a toy. Sarah's hands moved on instinct. Power, rudder, ailerons fighting for authority. For 3 seconds they were passengers. Then she broke through, wings level, and put the plane down hard but safe. "Good," David said when they taxied clear and his voice was shaking. So were her hands. They sat in the aircraft, engine ticking as it cooled. Neither moved. "I thought, Sarah," started, then stopped. "I know." His hand covered hers on the yoke, just for a moment, just long enough for her to feel his pulse through his palm. "You did exactly right." When they climbed out, her legs were unsteady. He walked around the aircraft, checking for damage with methodical care. She watched his hands move over aluminum and fabric, capable, certain, and felt heat that had nothing to do with the sun. That night, she couldn't sleep. She lay in her rented room and replayed the moment. His hand on hers, his voice rough with something that wasn't just relief. The air between them that had felt charged, ionized, ready to spark. She wanted him, not as an instructor, not as a mentor, as a man she was absolutely, dangerously, unsurvivably in love with. The article appeared on a Wednesday. Sarah was reviewing weather charts when her phone lit up with a text from another student. "Have you seen this?" The headline, "Where Are They Now? The Fall of David Maverick Carver." The piece was part retrospective, part exposé, a detailed cataloguing of his stunt career, the accident, and questions about whether proper oversight had existed. There were insinuations about recklessness, about inadequate safety protocols, about incidents that had been quietly settled, and there was footage, a decades-old video of David pulling a barrel roll 50 feet off the ground, smoke trailing from his aircraft, a crowd screaming in delight. He looked young in it, fearless, alive in a way she'd never seen. The comments were brutal. When Sarah arrived at Meridian that afternoon, David's truck was in its usual spot, but the hangar was locked. She knocked. No answer. She found him at the far end of the runway, standing alone in the scrub, looking at nothing. "David." He didn't turn. "You should go home. We have a lesson scheduled." "Not anymore." Sarah walked until she stood beside him. Up close she could see the tension in his jaw, the careful blankness of his expression. "One article doesn't... It's not one article." His voice was flat. "The FAA wants documentation I don't have. The insurance company's reviewing my certification. And you..." He finally looked at her. "You need to find another instructor." "I don't want another instructor." "Sarah." Her name was rough in his mouth. "You're 3 months from program applications. You can't afford association with someone whose credentials are being questioned." "Let me decide what I can afford." "No." It was the voice he used when discussing non-negotiable safety limits. "I won't be the reason you lose this. You're not the reason for anything. You're the best instructor I've ever had, and I'm not walking away because someone dug up old footage to generate clicks. This isn't about loyalty." His control was fracturing, something raw showing through. "This is about your future, the one you've worked for. I won't touch it." "You already have," Sarah said, and immediately wished she could pull the words back. His eyes closed. "Then I'm sorry." When she left Meridian that day, she didn't know if she'd ever return. The investigation took 2 weeks. 2 weeks of silence from David, of watching her phone not ring, of lying awake and replaying their last conversation. The FAA found no cause for action. His credentials were solid, his recent record impeccable. The article's innuendo died in the noise of the next news cycle, but the damage was done. Sarah tried calling, texting. She drove to Meridian 3 times and found the place locked. David's truck gone. No sign of life except the desert wind moving through the empty hangars. Other students had scattered to different instructors. The field felt abandoned, a dream half remembered. She finished her hours with a competent professional instructor in Phoenix who praised her skills and asked no questions about where she'd trained before. The lessons were fine, perfectly adequate. She learned nothing and remembered everything. At night she lay in her efficient studio apartment and thought about David's hands on the controls, the way he'd said her name in the cockpit, steady, certain, like an anchor in rough air. The moment on the hood of her car when she'd known, absolutely known, that he felt what she felt and was choosing not to act on it out of some misguided nobility that made her want to scream. She'd been so angry with him, so hurt by his assumption that she couldn't navigate her own risks, make her own choices about what mattered and what didn't. But underneath the anger was something worse, the terrible fear that he was right, that she would look back on this in 10 years, established and successful, and realise she'd dodged a bullet. That the intensity she felt was just proximity and adrenaline, the predictable chemistry of student and instructor, and that David's withdrawal had been the kindest thing he could have done. She didn't believe it, but she feared it might be true. The acceptance letter from Phoenix came on a Tuesday. Sarah stared at it for an hour. This thing she'd wanted since she was young enough to think wanting something was enough to make it happen. 90 days, full immersion, direct pipeline to exactly the career she'd mapped out. She should have been celebrating. Instead, she booked a rental car for Saturday and told no one where she was going. Sarah received her acceptance to the accelerated training program in Phoenix. 90 days, housing included, direct pipeline to regional carrier interviews. It was everything she'd worked for. She was supposed to leave in 5 days. She drove to Meridian on a Saturday unscheduled. The gate was open, but the hangars were dark. For a moment, she thought he'd already gone. Then she saw the light. Not in the hangar, at the end of the runway. The approach light, the one that hadn't worked in months, was burning steady in the dusk. Sarah walked the runway's length. David was standing beneath the light, his toolbox open, looking up at what he'd repaired. "I'm leaving Thursday," she said. He nodded slowly. "Phoenix program, I heard. Congratulations. I came to say thank you and goodbye. You don't owe me either. David." She stepped closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his face, the careful distance he was maintaining. "Why did you fix the light?" "Because it needed fixing." "Why tonight?" His hands flexed at his sides. "Because you deserved a proper runway for your last flight." "I'm not flying tonight. I'm here to tell you that you're wrong." "About?" "About protecting me. About deciding what I can handle." Her voice was steady now, certain. "About thinking I'd choose career over—" She stopped. He was looking at her like a man at the edge of a cliff. "Over what?" he asked quietly. "Over you." The words hung between them, irrevocable. Sarah. Her name was devastation. "You have to go to Phoenix." "I know. You can't. We can't." "I know that too." She closed the last distance between them. "But I need you to stop deciding what I'm strong enough to want. I need you to trust that I know what I'm choosing. If I've compromised your judgment—" "You haven't. You've clarified it." She reached up, her hand gentle against his jaw. "I see you, David. Not the pilot in that old footage. Not the scandal or the silence or the way you've spent 15 years being careful. I see you, and I'm choosing you anyway." His control shattered. His hands came up to frame her face, his thumbs tracing her cheekbones with a reverence that made her breath catch. "I'm 23 years older than you. I can count." I have baggage you don't even know about. Then tell me. I will wreck this. I wreck things. Then we'll rebuild. She leaned into his touch. David, stop running. He kissed her like a man who'd forgotten permission existed. Like devotion. Like surrender. They barely made it inside. The hangar office was cramped, cluttered with charts and manuals and the accumulated debris of years. David's hand shook as he fumbled with the door, and Sarah pressed herself against his back, her mouth finding the nape of his neck, tasting salt and sun and the particular flavour of him she'd imagined 1,000 times. He turned and caught her face between his palms, and for a long moment they simply breathed together, foreheads touching, the enormity of what they were choosing settling over them like dusk. Sarah. Her name carried every question he couldn't ask. She answered by rising on her toes and kissing him, soft at first, almost chaste, then deeper as she felt him yield. His mouth was warm and careful, learning her with the same methodical attention he brought to everything. When his tongue touched hers, she made a small sound of surprise and pleasure and felt his arms tighten in response. They moved backward through the cluttered space, bumping into filing cabinets, knocking a sectional chart to the floor. David's hands were everywhere. Her waist, her hair, the small of her back, mapping her through cotton and denim as if committing her to memory. Wait, he breathed, pulling back. His eyes were dark, pupils blown wide. If we do this, we're doing this. Sarah caught his hand and placed it over her racing heart. Feel that? That's not uncertainty, David. That's yes. Something in him broke open then. He swept his arm across the desk in one motion, maps and coffee mugs and the accumulated paperwork of years clattering to the floor, and lifted her onto the cleared surface. She gasped at the ease of it, the casual strength in his hands as he settled her there, then stepped between her knees. Tell me to stop, he said against her mouth, even as his hands found her hips and pulled her closer. No. His laugh was ragged, almost pained. I'm trying to be responsible. You've been responsible for 15 years. She wrapped her legs around his hips, feeling him pressed against her, separated only by layers of fabric that suddenly seemed unbearable. Be reckless with me, just this once. He pulled back just enough to look at her. Really look, his eyes searching her face with an intensity that made her feel seen in ways she'd never experienced. This isn't... I won't be what holds you back. You won't. Sarah caught his face in her hands, feeling the rasp of stubble against her palms, the heat of his skin. Phoenix is still happening. My career is still happening. But David... Her voice broke. I can't walk away from you without knowing what this is, without having this. It's everything, he said simply, and the naked honesty in his voice made her chest tight. It's been everything since the day you showed up early and corrected me about punctuality. Then he kissed her again, and the careful distance he'd maintained for months dissolved entirely. His hands found the hem of her shirt and hesitated there, trembling slightly. She answered by reaching down and pulling it over her head herself, dropping it somewhere in the darkness. The look on his face when she sat before him in just her bra and jeans was worth every moment of doubt, every fear, pure wonder mixed with hunger so raw it stole her breath. God, he whispered. Sarah, you're... Touch me, she said, and he did. His palms were rough from work, calloused from years of handling controls and tools, and they felt like revelation against her skin. He traced the line of her collarbone with his thumbs, then lower, following the edge of lace with a reverence that made her shiver. When he bent to press his mouth to the hollow of her neck, she arched into him, her fingers tangling in his hair. Sarah. Her name was prayer and question both. Yes. God. Yes. Please. They shed clothing between kisses, urgent and fumbling and perfect in its imperfection. His shirt came off, and she discovered the topography of him. Shoulders broad from years of physical work, a scar along his ribs he'd never mentioned, the surprising softness of his skin over muscle. She mapped him with her hands, her mouth, learning the places that made him gasp, the spots where touch made him shudder. When his skin finally met hers, nothing between them but heat and want, she felt the rightness of it in her bones. This man, this moment, this choosing that felt like being chosen in return. David laid her back on the desk, following her down, his weight settling over her like a promise. The wood was hard beneath her shoulder blades, but she didn't care. All she could feel was him, the press of his chest against her breasts, the rough denim of his jeans against her bare thighs, the way he braced himself on his forearms to keep from crushing her, even as she pulled him closer. "I need you to tell me," he said, his voice wrecked, his forehead pressed to hers. "I need to hear you say it. I want this. I want you." She slid her hand between them, finding him through his jeans, feeling him harden further at her touch. "I've wanted you since," she gasped as his hand found her in return, fingers sliding against slick heat. "Since forever." He touched her like he taught her to fly, attentive, responsive, learning through her reactions what made her gasp and what made her arch. His fingers moved with devastating precision, circling and pressing and withdrawing until she was trembling, incoherent, her nails digging into his shoulders. "David, please, I know." He kissed her deeply, swallowing her sounds. "I know, sweetheart. I've got you." When he finally freed himself from his jeans and settled against her, they both went still. Sarah looked up at him. This man who'd taught her to trust herself in the air, who'd shown her that wanting something didn't make her weak, and saw her own wonder reflected back. "Yes?" he asked, and the question held everything: consent and tenderness, and the terrifying vulnerability of wanting someone this much. "Yes," she said, and wrapped her legs around his hips, drawing him home. The first press of him inside her was exquisite, a fullness that made her cry out, not in pain, but in recognition. He moved slowly, carefully, watching her face for any sign of discomfort, and she'd never felt more cherished or more desired. When he was fully seated, they both exhaled shakily, overwhelmed by the intimacy of the connection. "Okay," he managed. "Perfect," she breathed. "Move, please move." He did, withdrawing almost completely before sliding back in, and the drag of him against her sensitive flesh made stars burst behind her eyes. They found a rhythm together, slow at first, then building, his hips rolling in deep, purposeful movement that hit something inside her that made coherent thought impossible. Sarah clutched at him, his shoulders, his hair, the flexing muscles of his back, anchoring herself as sensation built and built. The hangar was silent except for their breathing, the slick sound of their bodies moving together, the small sounds of pleasure neither could contain. "Look at me," she demanded, and when he did, she saw everything, desire and devotion, and the terror of wanting something this much, all laid bare in his storm-coloured eyes. "I love you," David said, the words torn from him like confession. "God help me. I love you." "Good." Sarah pulled him down into a kiss that was more breath than contact. "Because I love you too, and I'm not letting you forget it." His control frayed then, his careful discipline abandoned. His thrusts grew harder, deeper, and she met him movement for movement, chasing the pleasure building at the base of her spine. His hand slid between them, fingers finding the place where they were joined, and when he touched her with exactly the right pressure, she came apart beneath him, her whole body arching off the desk as wave after wave of pleasure crashed through her. She heard herself cry out his name, felt herself clench around him in rhythmic pulses, distantly registered the way his breathing went ragged against her neck. "Sarah. God, I can't. Yes," she gasped, Yes, David, let go. I want to feel you. He buried his face in her shoulder with a sound that was half groan, half sob, his hips stuttering as he followed her over the edge. She felt him pulsing inside her, felt the trembling in his arms as he tried to hold himself up, felt the wet heat of what might have been tears against her skin. For a long moment, they stayed like that, tangled and breathless and complete. Then David carefully withdrew and gathered her against his chest, turning so his back was against the desk and she was cradled in his lap. His heart thundered beneath her ear, gradually slowing as their breathing returned to normal. The night air crept in through the open window, cooling the sweat on their skin. Sarah shivered, and David reached for his discarded shirt, draping it over her shoulders with such tenderness it made her throat tight. "Okay?" he asked softly, his hand stroking through her hair. "More than okay?" She pressed a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt. "That was... yeah." His arms tightened around her. It was. They sat in comfortable silence, the desert night settling around them. David's hand traced lazy patterns on her spine, circles and figure eights and abstract shapes that felt possessive and tender all at once. "I'm still going to Phoenix," Sarah said quietly. "I know. And you're still going to worry. Constantly." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "But I'm also going to trust you, to know what you want, to choose your own path. Even if it's complicated? Especially then." He shifted so he could see her face. "I spent 15 years avoiding complications. It didn't make me happy, it made me safe. And those aren't the same thing," Sarah smiled. "You sound like a good instructor." "I learned from a brilliant student." They stayed until the runway light flickered and died, its bulb finally exhausted. In the darkness they dressed slowly, reluctant to end the moment. "I'll write," Sarah said, "and call, and in 90 days you'll have your rating and your interviews and you'll be exactly where you're supposed to be." "And where will you be?" David pulled her close one last time. "Here, waiting, for however long it takes." 18 months later, Sarah returned to Meridian Field in a rental car nicer than the one she'd driven as a student. The desert looked the same, bleached and timeless, but she was different. Commercial rating earned. Type certification complete. 200 hours of right seat time at a regional carrier, with a major airline interview scheduled for next month. She'd done it. Everything she'd planned, worked for, sacrificed to achieve. The 90 days in Phoenix had been brutal and perfect. 12-hour days, simulator sessions that tested every limit, check rides that separated the competent from the qualified. She'd aced all of it. Then came the regional carrier, the endless reserve shifts, the nights in crash pads and hotel rooms that all looked identical. She'd flown through thunderstorms and mechanical issues and passengers who treated her like a waitress with wings. She'd loved almost every minute of it. And through it all, David had been there, not hovering, not limiting, but present. Letters that arrived on hard days, his handwriting careful and old-fashioned. Calls that lasted hours, his voice a thread connecting her to something solid while she floated through the transient machinery of commercial aviation. Visits when her schedule allowed, brief and fierce and sustaining. The first time he'd come to see her, 2 months into Phoenix, she'd barely recognized him in the airport crowd. He looked smaller somehow outside of Meridian, out of context. But when he'd smiled at her, that same rare, genuine smile, everything had clicked back into place. They'd learned how to love across distance, how to trust without possession, how to be separate people building separate lives that nonetheless orbited each other with gravitational certainty. It wasn't easy. There were nights she'd wanted to quit, wanted to choose the simpler path of being with him full time, building something conventional and contained. But David had never let her. "You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do," he'd say when she called crying after a particularly brutal training session. "And I'm going to be here when you're ready to come home." Home. Somewhere along the way, Meridian had become that. Not despite her ambitions, but alongside them. Now she was home. The runway light was burning again. A new fixture, LED bright and steady. David had written about installing it, about small improvements to the field, about 2 new students whose hunger reminded him of someone he used to teach. She found him in Hangar 2, elbow deep in an engine rebuild. He looked up when her shadow fell across his workspace, and his whole face transformed. "You're early," he said, that old familiar line. "I'm punctual," Sarah corrected and walked into his arms. He held her like something precious and hard-won, like coming home. "How was the flight?" he asked into her hair. "Perfect. Textbook. Boring in all the best ways." She pulled back to look at him. "How's the field?" "Surviving, improving. The new light works." "I saw." She touched his face, thumb tracing the lines that had deepened over 18 months. He looked tired, happy, real. "I have 2 weeks before training starts again." 2 weeks. I was thinking... She hesitated, then committed. "I was thinking we could stop being careful." David's eyes darkened. "Define careful. Separate cities, visiting schedules. Acting like this is something I can compartmentalize." Sarah stepped closer. "I want messy, David. I want complicated. I want to figure out how to build a life that includes both flying and you, and I don't care how many logistics that requires. Your career is mine, and it's going exactly where I want it to." She smiled. "Turns out you can be an excellent pilot and in love at the same time. Someone very wise taught me that wanting something doesn't make you weak." "He sounds insufferable." "He is. I'm crazy about him." David kissed her then, slow and thorough and certain. When they broke apart, he was smiling, truly smiling, the kind of joy she'd spent 18 months working to earn. 2 weeks, he said. "We'd better not waste them." They didn't. They flew together, Sarah in the instructor's seat now, calling out corrections with the same exacting precision David had taught her. They fixed the windsock that had been broken since her first day. They sat under the new runway light and planned logistics, her flying schedule, his teaching commitments, the apartment they could rent halfway between Meridian and her base. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worth having ever was. On her last night before returning to base, they lay in David's bed above the hangar, windows open to the desert, stars. Sarah's head rested on his chest, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. "I used to think love would ground me," she said quietly, "that it would be weight I couldn't afford to carry. And now I think it taught me how to land." She tilted her head to look at him. "You taught me that coming back is just as important as taking off, that there's no shame in needing a place to return to." David's arms tightened around her. "You'll always have clearance here." "I know." She kissed his jaw, soft and certain. "That's why I'm not afraid to fly." Outside, the runway light burned steady. No longer the last light of a dying field, but the first light of something beginning. A beacon for the lost. A welcome for the returning. A promise that some landings are worth the risk of flight. And in the desert darkness, 2 people who had learned to trust the space between earth and sky held each other close and understood. Love, like flight, requires both courage and precision. The willingness to ascend, the wisdom to return, the faith that when you find the right landing you'll know it not by ease, but by the certainty that this person, this moment, this choice is exactly where you're meant to be. Sarah Olsen had wanted to fly since she was 6 years old. Now she finally understood why. Not to escape, but to return. Again, and again, and again, to the man waiting beneath the runway light. To the love that taught her that wanting something didn't make her weak. It made her brave enough to claim it, and brave enough finally to land. The end. The Duelist's promise. The salle d'armes on the Rue Saint-Honoré kept its secrets behind shuttered windows and a discreet brass plate that caught lamplight but revealed nothing. Inside, the air held the particular stillness of a room where violence had been practiced into art. The faint scent of lamp oil, leather, and honest sweat. The scrape of boot leather on polished wood. Christophe Valmont arrived precisely at the 9th hour, as was his custom in all things. The November rain had followed him from the Palais Royal, darkening the shoulders of his coat, and he shook the water from his hat with the same measured economy he brought to every gesture. He was a man who moved as though each action had been weighed beforehand and found just sufficient. The foyer was empty save for a single candelabra and the distant whisper of steel meeting steel. Valmont removed his gloves finger by finger and waited. He had learned patience in harder schools than this. The instructor appeared without preamble, emerging from the practice hall with a blade still in hand, not brandishing it, merely carrying it as one might carry an extension of one's own thought. The weapon found its place on the wall rack with a precision that spoke of ritual rather than habit. "Monsieur Valmont?" The voice was carefully modulated, neither high nor particularly low, the accent educated Parisian with something underneath it, not quite erased, not quite rural. "You are prompt. I do not waste the time of masters." A slight inclination of the head acknowledged the courtesy. The instructor was perhaps 30, slender in the manner of men who favour endurance over strength, dressed in the simple dark coat and breeches that served for teaching. Dark hair was clubbed back severely. The face was clean-shaven, fine-boned, unremarkable until one noticed the eyes, grey as winter rain, and watching with an attention that felt like being weighed on scales one could not see. "I am called Beaulieu," the instructor said, "and I'm told you wish to improve your defence." "I wish to remain alive," Valmont replied. "I have been challenged 3 times this year alone, twice by men who had some justification, once by a fool who believed reputation could be borrowed at sword point. And the outcomes? 2 recoveries, 1 burial." Beaulieu's expression did not change, but something flickered in those measuring eyes. Not judgment exactly, but assessment. "You come to me to increase that proportion, or to decrease your need for it. The latter, if possible, the former, if not. Honest, at least." Beaulieu moved to the weapons rack and selected 2 practice rapiers, testing each for balance before choosing one and extending it hilt first. "We begin." The first lesson was revelation. Valmont had studied with 2 previous masters, one who had taught him to kill efficiently, another who had taught him to make it appear beautiful. Beaulieu taught him that he had been fighting as though his body were an instrument to be commanded rather than a language to be spoken. "You think too much," Beaulieu said, after the 5th exchange had ended with Valmont's blade knocked aside almost contemptuously. "Your mind decides, then instructs your arm. By the time the message arrives, your opponent has already moved. Then how? Stop thinking with your head." The practice blade tapped once against Valmont's solar plexus. Not hard, but present. Impossible to ignore. "Think here, where breath lives. Your body knows things your mind is still debating." They worked for an hour, and Valmont found himself disassemble like a pocket watch, each component examined and found wanting, then slowly, carefully, put back together in a configuration that somehow made more sense than the original. When Beaulieu finally called halt, Valmont was breathing hard, his shirt clinging to his back beneath his waistcoat. "You have good instincts," Beaulieu said, wiping down the practice blade with a cloth. "They have been trained out of you by men who preferred system to sense. And you prefer sense to system? I prefer students who survive to students who die beautifully." Valmont found himself smiling. A rare expression, and one that felt strange on his face. Then we are well matched in our goals. Something passed between them then, a current of understanding that had nothing to do with swordplay. Beaulieu looked away first, busying hands with returning the weapons to their proper place. Same time tomorrow, Monsieur Valmont, if you will have me. The words hung in the air a moment longer than strictly necessary. Then Beaulieu nodded, once, and disappeared back into the practice hall. Valmont walked home through rain-slick streets, and could not say why his pulse still beat faster than the walk demanded. The lessons became ritual. 3 times weekly, then 4, then 5. Valmont found excuses to appear on days when no lesson was scheduled. Question about footwork, a request to observe other students, a simple desire to verify that Beaulieu's other pupils received the same fierce attention he did. They did not. He watched from the shadows of the observation gallery as Beaulieu worked through the prescribed forms with wealthy merchants' sons and minor nobility. Patient, professional, competent. But there was none of the crackling intensity that characterized their own sessions, none of that peculiar current that made the air feel charged, electric. Valmont told himself this observation was professional interest. He was unconvincing even to himself. It was during the 7th week that things shifted. They had been working on deceptive distance, the art of appearing farther away than one truly was, when Beaulieu stepped in to adjust Valmont's stance. Hands on his hips, turning him incrementally, a light touch at the small of his back. "Here," Beaulieu said, and the voice was closer than it had ever been. Warm breath against Valmont's ear. Feel how the weight shifts, not leaning, centering. Valmont felt considerably more than the shift in his weight. He felt the heat of Beaulieu's body near enough to warm his shoulder blades. He felt his own pulse hammering against his throat. He felt the sudden, overwhelming awareness that they were alone in the practice hall, the afternoon light slanting through high windows, and that Beaulieu's hands had stilled on his hips but had not moved away. "Like this?" His own voice came out rougher than intended. A pause. Then Beaulieu stepped back cleanly, completely. Yes, exactly like that. They didn't speak of it, but Valmont noticed afterward how carefully they avoided contact. How Beaulieu demonstrated at a distance, using words where touch had served before. How they both pretended this was normal, expected, how it should be. The pretense lasted 3 days. "Tell me," Valmont said during a rest between exercises, "why did you become a master of arms?" Beaulieu was drinking water from a plain glass and paused mid-swallow. Set the glass down with care. An unusual question. Is it? Men usually have reasons for their professions. And what is yours, Monsieur Valmont? Why does a gentleman of obvious education and means make himself famous for duelling? I asked first. A flicker of something that might have been amusement. Very well. I learnt the blade because it was the one skill that could not be taken from me. A man with a sword and the knowledge to use it need never be powerless. A man, Valmont repeated softly. The grey eyes met his, perfectly level, perfectly opaque. Yes. The silence stretched. Valmont had built a career on reading men, on seeing through their masks to the fear or rage or desperation beneath. Beaulieu's face gave him nothing, and yet that very blankness spoke volumes. A wall raised with too much care. I duel, Valmont said finally, because I am very good at it, and because men mistake courtesy for weakness. I find it useful to remind them otherwise. And do you enjoy it? The reminding? No. The word was honest, stripped of artifice. I enjoy very little, Beaulieu. I do what I do well because it is what I know how to do. A sad epitaph. But an honest one. Beaulieu picked up the practice blade again, weighed it, set it down. Honesty is expensive. Everything worth having is. Their eyes met again, and this time neither looked away. The moment extended, fragile and waited, until somewhere in the building a door banged shut and they both startled like conspirators caught in the act of plotting. "Again," Beaulieu said, and the professional mask was back in place, from the third guard. But Valmont noticed as they moved through the forms how Beaulieu's breathing had changed, how those careful hands trembled almost imperceptibly before finding their certainty again. He noticed, and he wondered what it meant that he had been watching closely enough to see. Winter settled over Paris with unusual ferocity. The Seine glazed with ice at its edges. The poor froze in their garrets while the wealthy built their fires higher and attended more salons, as though the concentration of warm bodies and warmer wine could hold back the cold through sheer collective will. Valmont found himself attending fewer such gatherings. His evenings were occupied with thoughts he could not quite name, and his mornings with anticipation of the lessons that had become the fixed points around which his days revolved. They had developed a custom of extending their sessions beyond the prescribed hour. Sometimes Beaulieu would ask about Valmont's opponents, what tells they had displayed, how he had read their intentions. Sometimes Valmont would press for details about Beaulieu's philosophy of the blade. The conversations meandered, circled, approached intimacy without ever quite breaching it. It was during one such extension, with the December light already failing and the practice hall lit more by shadow than by candles, that Beaulieu said something unexpected. "You asked once why I chose this profession." Valmont looked up from the bench where he'd been catching his breath. "You answered, power, independence." I answered partially. Beaulieu was standing by the window, silhouetted against the last of the daylight, face unreadable. "The full truth is that I chose it because I had no choice, because the alternative was to be something I could not bear to be. And what was that? Powerless, dependent, confined to a life where every freedom must be begged for, every desire filtered through another's permission." The words hung in the cold air. Valmont rose slowly, drawn forward by something he could not name. "That is not the life of most men." "No," Beaulieu agreed quietly. "It is not." The understanding hit him like a blade slipping past his guard. Clean, sharp, irrevocable. The careful neutrality of clothing. The voice pitched just so, the way. Beaulieu never attended the social gatherings where students invited their masters to be seen, to make connections, to build reputation through association. The walls, Valmont thought. All those careful walls. "I see," he said. Beaulieu turned from the window, and for the first time since they'd met, that composed face showed something raw. "Do you?" "I think so." Valmont took a step closer, then another. "You live as you must, not as you were told you should. At considerable cost. All freedom has a price. And if the price is discovery, scandal, the loss of everything I have built." Valmont was close enough now to see the tension in Beaulieu's throat, the pulse beating visible beneath skin, close enough to notice details he had trained himself not to see, the curve of a lip, the delicacy of bone structure, the particular quality of fear mixing with something that might have been hope. "Then I would say," Valmont replied, and his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper, "that you have built something remarkable enough to be worth defending." Beaulieu's breath caught audibly. "Why are you here, Valmont? Truly?" "I don't know." The admission cost him. "I came to learn the blade. I stayed because—" He stopped, started again. "I have spent my entire life learning to read people, to see through their presentations to the truth beneath. And you, I cannot read you. Every time I think I have found the pattern, you shift. It drives me to distraction. Is that what you want? To solve me like a puzzle?" "No." The word was immediate, certain. "I want to know you. The difference is considerable." The grey eyes searched his face. looking for the lie, the trap, the inevitable betrayal. Valmont held himself still and let himself be examined. He had nothing to hide that mattered. "If you knew me," Beaulieu said finally, "you might be disappointed." "I doubt that." "Or horrified." "I have killed 3 men, Beaulieu. I'm not easily horrified." A ghost of a smile touched those careful lips. "You killed men who were trying to kill you. That is different from what I am." "And what are you?" The question hung between them. Beaulieu looked away toward the darkening window, toward anything but Valmont's face. "I am someone who should send you away before this goes any further. But you won't." "No." The word was quiet, defeated, strangely triumphant. "God help me, I won't." Valmont reached out, slowly, telegraphing the movement, giving Beaulieu every chance to step back, and touched fingertips to the back of a hand. The contact was electric. Beaulieu flinched but did not pull away. "What are we doing?" Beaulieu whispered. "I don't know, but I find I no longer wish to stop." They stood like that as the light failed completely, touching only at that single point of contact, breathing the same air, balanced on the edge of something neither of them had words for. Finally Beaulieu pulled back, but gently. "You should go. I have students in the morning." "And tomorrow?" "Our lesson?" "Tomorrow." A pause. "Yes, tomorrow." Valmont collected his coat and hat, moving through the familiar ritual of departure. At the door he turned back. Beaulieu was still standing by the window, a dark shape against darkness. "Thank you," Valmont said, "for your honesty. It may be the most foolish thing I have ever done, or the bravest." He left before Beaulieu could reply, but he carried the image with him through the frozen streets, that solitary figure, silhouetted and still, wrapped in shadows that were both armour and prison. The lessons continued, but something fundamental had shifted. They no longer avoided contact. When Beaulieu adjusted Valmont's grip, the touch lingered. When they worked close-quarter techniques, they stood nearer than strictly necessary, until Valmont could smell the faint scent of soap and steel, could see the fine texture of skin at Beaulieu's throat. They talked more freely now. Beaulieu spoke, carefully, in fragments, about a childhood in Normandy, a family that had expectations that could not be met, a decision made in desperation and maintained through discipline. Valmont found himself reciprocating with truths he had not voiced in years, the loneliness of his reputation, the exhaustion of maintaining walls, the creeping suspicion that he had turned himself into exactly the kind of man he had once despised. "Then change," Beaulieu said simply. "It is not so easy as that." "Nothing worthwhile is easy. But you're not carved in stone, Valmont. You can become something else." "And what would you have me become?" Those grey eyes met his, direct and devastating. "Happy. I would have you become happy." The words struck him with unexpected force. When had anyone cared for his happiness? When had he? "And you?" Valmont asked. "Are you happy?" Beaulieu considered the question seriously. "I am free. It is not the same thing, but it is not nothing. It should be both. Should, yes, but we live in the world as it is, not as it should be." Valmont caught Beaulieu's hand, not a touch this time, but a grasp, firm and sure. "Then we change the world. You cannot be serious." "I have never been more serious." Beaulieu stared at their joined hands, then up at Valmont's face. "You understand what you're suggesting? The risk? Not just to me, but to you as well? Association with someone like me could what? Damage my reputation as a duelist? Beaulieu, I am already notorious. What is one more scandal to a man who has built his life on the edge of propriety? This is different." "Yes," Valmont agreed, "it is, because I have never cared before." The admission hung between them. Beaulieu's fingers tightened on his, a convulsive grip that betrayed everything the careful face tried to hide. "This is madness," Beaulieu whispered. "Then let us be mad together." The rumour started as such things always did, with a whisper in a salon, a raised eyebrow, a question that was not quite a question. Valmont heard it first at the Countess de Brienne's Wednesday gathering, from a man whose name he could never quite remember, but whose talent for malicious gossip was legendary. "I hear you have taken up with Beaulieu," the man said, his tone carefully neutral. An unusual choice of master, is it not? Valmont kept his expression bored. Unusual in what regard? "Oh, merely that no one seems to know anything about him. No family, no history. Rather mysterious for someone teaching the sons of the best families, wouldn't you say? I would say that a man's skill with a blade matters more than his genealogy. Of course. Still, one does wonder. There is something odd about him, don't you think? Something not quite." The man trailed off, his implication hanging in the air like smoke. Valmont excused himself before he did something regrettable, but the poison had been planted. He began to notice other things, the way conversation would still when he entered a room, the knowing looks exchanged between acquaintances. The invitations that had been extended were now quietly withdrawn. Paris society had caught the scent of scandal, and like wolves they were circling. Valmont went to the salle d'armes earlier than usual the next day, his mood black. Beaulieu took one look at his face and set aside the practice blades. "What has happened?" "They are talking, asking questions." Beaulieu went very still. "About me?" "About us. There is no us. You are my student. I am your instructor. Do not insult my intelligence, Beaulieu. We both know what this has become. Then we must end it." The words came out flat, final. "Immediately, before you are damaged beyond repair." "I don't care about—" "You should." Beaulieu's composure cracked, voice rising. "You should care, Valmont. You have a name, a position, a future. I have nothing but this." A gesture at the practice hall, bitter and encompassing. "And even this is built on a lie that could collapse at any moment. I will not drag you down with me." "That is not your decision to make, isn't it? You think you understand what you're risking, but you don't. You cannot. You have never had to hide what you are, never had to wake each morning and put on a mask so complete that you sometimes forget what lies beneath it." Valmont stepped closer, but Beaulieu retreated, maintaining distance. "Then let me know you. Let me see beneath the mask." "No." "Why?" "Because if you truly knew me, you would leave. Everyone does, in the end." "I am not everyone." "You're exactly like everyone." The words were sharp, cruel, designed to wound. "You see what you wish to see, some romantic notion of forbidden love, some adventure to relieve the tedium of your privileged existence. But when reality intrudes, when the scandal becomes real and the costs become clear, you will do what all men of your class do. You will protect yourself and sacrifice what is inconvenient." The accusation stung, precisely because Valmont could not entirely deny it. How many times had he done exactly that? How many people had he discarded when they became complicated, problematic, embarrassing? "I am trying to be different," he said quietly. "Trying is not enough. Not in this." "Then what would be enough?" Beaulieu looked at him with something that might have been grief. "Nothing. There is nothing you can do, Valmont. The world is what it is. We are what we are. And some gaps cannot be bridged, no matter how much we might wish otherwise." "I don't believe that." "Then you are a fool." The word hung between them, and Valmont felt something in his chest constrict. "If that is what you think of me, then perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should go." He turned toward the door, waiting, hoping for Beaulieu to call him back. But only silence followed him into the cold December morning. 3 weeks passed. Valmont did not return to the salle d'armes. He threw himself into his old life with savage determination, accepted every invitation, attended every gathering, made himself visible and sociable and utterly conventional. It did not help. The rumours persisted, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Valmont had been seen entering Beaulieu's establishment at odd hours. Valmont had cancelled social engagements to meet with his instructor. Valmont had been observed looking at Beaulieu with an expression that was decidedly unmasterly. And beneath the gossip, a darker current. Questions about Beaulieu's past, speculation about the instructor's origins, whispers that became more pointed, more dangerous. Valmont heard them and felt sick with complicity. By pulling away, by trying to protect his own reputation, he had only drawn more attention to the very thing he had hoped to shield. He had also, he realised with growing clarity, made the worst mistake of his life. On the 23rd day of his self-imposed exile, he received a note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message was clear. You were right. Some gaps cannot be bridged, but perhaps they do not need to be. Perhaps we need only build a bridge strong enough to span them. Beaulieu post-scriptum. I lied. I am not brave enough to do this alone. Valmont read the note 3 times. Then he pulled on his coat and went out into the snow. The salle d'armes was dark when he arrived, but the door was unlocked. Valmont climbed the familiar stairs with his heart hammering against his ribs, uncertain what he would find, knowing only that he could not turn back now. Beaulieu was in the practice hall, standing in a shaft of moonlight that fell through the high windows. No candles, no pretence, just that solitary figure, waiting. You came, Beaulieu said quietly. Did you doubt I would? Yes. The honesty was stark. I have spent 3 weeks preparing myself for your absence. Valmont crossed the space between them, and this time he did not stop at a careful distance. He came close enough to see the shadows beneath Beaulieu's eyes, the tension held in shoulders and jaw, the way hands clenched and unclenched at those sides. I owe you an apology, Valmont said. You were right. I didn't understand the risk. I didn't understand what I was asking of you. And now? Now I understand that I was wrong. Not about wanting to know you, that desire has not diminished, but about thinking it could be simple, or easy, or without consequence. Beaulieu closed eyes, a gesture of something that might have been pain or relief. The consequences have already begun. There is an investigation. One of my students, his father has connections with the Lieutenant General of Police. Questions are being asked about my background, my credentials, my right to teach. Then we leave Paris. And go where? Live how? Valmont, you're not thinking clearly. I am thinking more clearly than I ever have. He reached up, slowly, carefully, and touched fingertips to Beaulieu's face. The skin was cold from the winter air. I am thinking that I have spent my entire life being what others expected me to be. I am thinking that I am tired. I am thinking that when I am with you, I remember what it is to want something more than mere survival. Beaulieu's eyes opened, and they were bright with unshed tears. You would give up everything? Your name, your position, your entire life? My entire life is duels and salons and endless crushing loneliness. What exactly am I giving up? The possibility of something better, a conventional marriage, children, respectability. I don't want conventional, I want... Valmont stopped, searching for words adequate to the feeling in his chest. I want you, just as you are, whoever you are. You don't even know who that is. Then show me. The challenge hung between them. Beaulieu searched his face, looking for the weakness, the doubt, the moment where conviction would falter. Valmont held himself still and open, offering nothing but truth. Finally, Beaulieu stepped back, reached up to the ribbon that held back that dark hair, untied it with hands that trembled only slightly. Hair fell loose around a face that Valmont had studied for months without truly seeing. Still the same grey eyes, the same fine bones, the same mouth he had tried not to stare at, but different now, revealed. "My name is not Beaulieu," she said quietly. "It is Madeleine Beaulieu, if you prefer, and I am what you have likely already guessed." "A woman," Valmont said, meeting her eyes. "Madeleine, I have known this truth for months. I was only waiting for you to feel safe enough to share it. Yes. Teaching swordplay to men who would have you arrested if they knew. Yes. Living alone, unprotected, building a life from discipline and deception. Yes." Valmont let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "My God, you are magnificent." Of all the reactions Madeleine might have expected, this was clearly not among them. She blinked, and a single tear escaped to track down her face. "You're not horrified." "Horrified? I am awed. I am humbled. I am entirely undone." He cupped her face in both hands, thumbs brushing away the wetness at her cheeks. "And I am more certain than ever that I would be a fool to let you go. Valmont, Christophe. My name is Christophe. Christophe." His name in her mouth sounded like a prayer. "This cannot work. You must see that. I see that it will be difficult. I see that we will have to be cleverer than those who would destroy us. I see that we will likely have to leave Paris, reinvent ourselves, build something entirely new." He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. "And I see that I do not care, because the alternative is to live without this, without you, and I find I cannot bear it. You're either very brave or very stupid. Can I not be both?" She laughed, a sound that was half sob. "You're impossible. I am in love with you. It amounts to the same thing." The words fell into silence. Madeleine pulled back just far enough to search his face. "You cannot mean that. I have never meant anything more in my life. We have known each other mere months. I have known you every day of those months. I have seen you patient with fools, fierce with competence, careful with truth. I have watched you move through the world as though it might devour you at any moment, and yet you do not hide. You simply become sharper, quicker, more absolutely yourself." His grip on her face gentlened, became a caress. "How could I not love you? You love an illusion. I love a woman brave enough to become a man to claim her freedom. I love a swordsman who fights as though every blade were a prayer. I love—" He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth. "You, however you choose to exist in this world." Madeleine made a sound that might have been surrender. Her hands came up to grip his coat, holding him close even as her body trembled. "If we do this, if we truly do this, there is no safety, no guarantee. We could lose everything. We could, but we could also gain something worth having. And what is that? Each other. Is that not enough?" She looked at him for a long moment, and he saw the exact instant when the walls came down, saw vulnerability and desire and fear and hope chase across her face like clouds across the moon, saw the moment when she decided to trust him. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me. Yes, it is enough." He kissed her then, finally, inevitably. Her mouth was soft against his, tentative at first, then hungry. She tasted like winter and salt and something he could not name but would remember forever. They broke apart only to breathe, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled in each other's clothes. "What do we do?" Madeleine asked against his mouth. "Now, or in general?" "Both." Christophe pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. "In general, we plan. We find a way to disappear from Paris before the investigation finds what it is looking for. We go somewhere we can be what we need to be, together. And now," he smiled, and it was not the careful expression he showed to Paris society. It was real and raw and entirely hers. "Now, We stopped being careful. She must have seen the desire in his face because she coloured, even in the moonlight. But she did not pull away. I have never, she started, then stopped. That is, I have no experience with, nor do I, not like this. He touched her hair, learning the texture of it. We will discover it together. Here? I have rooms nearby, but only if you wish it. I will not press you for anything you're not ready to give. Madeline looked around the practice hall, the space where she had built her life, maintained her disguise, held the world at bay through discipline and deception. Then she looked back at him. I have spent 10 years being careful, she said quietly. Perhaps it is time to be reckless. His rooms were spare, gentlemen's lodgings without pretension. Christophe lit candles with hands that shook slightly, aware of Madeline standing in the centre of his sitting room, still wearing the severe masculine clothing that had become her armour. I should tell you, she said suddenly, that I am afraid. He turned from the candles. Of me? Of this? Of wanting it? Of what happens after? The after is uncertain, but the now? He crossed to her, took her hands in his. The now is ours, whatever we make of it. She nodded, and he saw her gathering her courage like a blade being raised to guard. Then she reached up and began to unwind the linen that bound her chest flat. Let me, Christophe said gently. His fingers found the pins and clasps she had used to reshape herself, and one by one he removed them. The coat, the waistcoat, the careful binding beneath. Each layer revealed more of her, the shape she had disguised, the delicate skin that lived only in shadow. She stood before him finally in nothing but her shirt and breeches, and he could see the vulnerability in the way she held herself, prepared for rejection or disgust. Beautiful, he said simply. I am not. You are. He traced the line of her collarbone down to where her heart beat visibly beneath skin. You are everything. She pulled him down into a kiss that was deeper than before, more urgent. Her hands found the buttons of his coat, his waistcoat, working them free with fingers made clever by years of precise movement. His own hands learned the map of her, the sharp edge of shoulder blade, the dip of spine, the unexpected softness of breast against his palm. They made it to his bedroom through mutual momentum, shedding clothes like unnecessary armour. The bed was cool linen and moonlight, and when they fell into it together, Christophe felt something in his chest unlock that he had not known was closed. Tell me what you want, he whispered against her neck. I don't know. I've never allowed myself to. Want? Then let me tell you what I want. He kissed the curve of her neck, her shoulder. I want to understand you. I want to learn what brings you joy, what makes you tremble, what makes my name sound like something sacred on your lips. She gasped as his kisses travelled downward. Her hands tangled in his hair, holding him close. Christophe. Yes, like that. He took his time, mapping her with hands and mouth, learning the language of her body. She was responsive in ways she clearly had not expected, shocked by her own desire. When his hand slid between her thighs, she tensed. I have you, he murmured. You're safe with me. She relaxed incrementally, and when his fingers found the heat of her, she made a sound he would remember for the rest of his life, surprised and desperate and entirely his. Please, she whispered, though whether she was asking him to stop or continue, he was not certain. He chose to continue, slowly, learning what rhythm made her breathing change, what pressure made her hips lift toward his hand. She came apart gradually, beautifully, her face transformed by something beyond pleasure, a kind of recognition, as though she were discovering a part of herself that had always existed but never been acknowledged. When she finally shattered, she cried out his name, and he held her through the aftershocks, feeling humbled and grateful and entirely undone. She pulled him up to kiss him, tasting her own pleasure on his lips. I want to touch you, she said against his mouth. You don't have to. I know. I want to. Her hands were clever and careful, learning him as he had learned her. When she wrapped her fingers around him, he groaned into her hair, overwhelmed by the sensation and by the knowledge of who was touching him, what it meant. Show me, she said. Show me how. He guided her hand, his own covering hers, finding a rhythm that made his vision blur. She watched his face with the same fierce attention she brought to everything, as though she were memorizing him. Madeline, he gasped. I'm going to... Yes, she said simply. Let me see you. Pleasure overtook him with his face buried in her neck, her name on his lips, her hand still moving on him with careful, perfect pressure. Afterward they lay tangled together, breathing hard, the sheets twisted around them. Christophe pulled her close, her back to his chest, his face in her hair. That was... he started. Yes, she agreed. It was. They lay in silence for a long moment. Then Madeline said very quietly, What happens now? Now we sleep. Tomorrow we plan. We find a way to build a life that can hold both of us. Is that even possible? He tightened his arms around her. I don't know, but I am willing to find out. She turned in his embrace, her grey eyes searching his in the darkness. I am afraid I will wake and find this was a dream. Then I will be here to remind you it was real. She kissed him, soft and slow. Thank you. For what? For seeing me, for choosing me, for being reckless enough to believe this could work. The recklessness is mutual, she smiled against his mouth. Then we are well matched. Yes, he agreed, we are. Dawn crept softly through the windows, illuminating two figures nested close. Christophe woke first, careful not to disturb the woman sleeping against his shoulder. In sleep, Madeline's face was unguarded, young, the tension that she carried like armour fallen away. He studied her, the dark sweep of lashes against her cheek, the soft parting of lips, the way her hand curled against his chest. This was the person she had hidden from the world, protected behind layers of disguise and discipline. That she had chosen to reveal herself to him felt like a gift beyond measure. She stirred as the light strengthened, grey eyes opening to meet his. For a moment there was confusion, then memory, then something that might have been wonder. You're still here, she said softly. Where else would I be? I thought perhaps I had dreamed you. If so, we're sharing the same dream. She reached up to touch his face, fingers tracing the line of his jaw. What do we do now? Now? He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. Now we decide what we're willing to fight for. They rose and dressed, Madeline in her masculine clothing, Christophe in his gentleman's attire. The transformation was jarring, a reminder that the intimacy of the night would have to be hidden in the harsh light of day. Over breakfast they made their plans. Christophe had some resources, money his father had left him that he had never touched. Madeline had saved most of her teaching fees, knowing that her position was always precarious. We could go to Italy, Christophe suggested. I have cousins in Florence who have not seen me since I was a child. We could present ourselves as what? Man and wife, brother and sister, as what we are. Two people trying to build a life. Madeline set down her cup. You understand that even if we leave Paris, even if we find some place more tolerant, I cannot simply become what you need me to be. I cannot wake up one morning and be comfortable in skirts and silence. I am not asking you to. Then what are you asking? Nothing. I am offering a partnership, a life where you can be whoever you need to be, and I can be the person who stands beside you. People will talk. Let them. What can they say that is worse than what has already been whispered? She looked at him for a long moment. You're serious about this? Entirely. You would leave everything you know. I would leave everything I am supposed to be, to become something better. Madeleine laughed, a sound edged with disbelief and hope. "You are either the bravest man I've ever met or the most foolish. I believe we've had this conversation before, and my answer remains the same. You are both." The decision, once made, became action. Christophe settled his affairs with ruthless efficiency, selling his lease, converting assets to portable wealth, writing letters to acquaintances that said nothing while implying his departure was for business interests abroad. Madeleine was more surgical. She had always known this day might come, had planned for it in the quiet hours when fear outweighed hope. Her students were referred to other masters, her weapons and equipment were sold or given away. The salle d'armes was vacated before the month's end. The only thing she kept was her blade, the rapier that had been her first, the one she'd used to teach herself the art that had become her freedom. "I will not leave this," she told Christophe. When he found her in the empty practice hall, the weapon laid across her knees. "It is the only thing that has never betrayed me." "Then we bring it," he said simply. "Whatever matters to you, we bring." They left Paris on a grey morning in late January, when the city was still sleeping off the excesses of the previous night. No farewell gatherings, no dramatic gestures. They simply departed, two travellers among hundreds, unremarkable and unremembered. The journey to Italy took 3 weeks, by coach, by horse, by foot when the roads became impassable with snow. They travelled as Monsieur Valmont and his companion, a young man of indeterminate origins who served as secretary and guard. The disguise was familiar to Madeleine, comfortable in its deception. But at night, in the inns where they stopped, Christophe would take down her hair and kiss the truth of her until she trembled. They made love quietly, urgently, claiming each other over and over as though repetition could make the impossible real. Florence welcomed them with spring flowers and indifferent curiosity. Christophe's cousins were less concerned with his companion's gender than with the possibility that Christophe might want to borrow money. When assured that this was not the case, they offered the loan of a small house in the hills above the city and left them to their own devices. The house was old, vine-covered, with a courtyard that caught the morning sun. Madeleine stood in the centre of it and turned slowly, taking in the walls, the sky, the space that might, possibly, become safety. "What do you think?" Christophe asked. "I think it is a beginning." They spent the first weeks making the house livable, learning the rhythms of the city, figuring out how to exist as something other than teacher and student, gentleman and secret. It was not always easy. Madeleine struggled with the enforced intimacy of shared space, with being known so completely that disguise became impossible. Christophe struggled with his own uselessness, a gentleman trained for nothing practical, trying to build a life with no framework to guide him. They argued, they learned, they compromised, and slowly, carefully, they began to build something that resembled a life. Christophe found work tutoring the children of English expatriates, teaching them French and swordsmanship. The irony was not lost on him. He who had learned to teach from Madeleine, now passing on her wisdom to privileged children who would never know the source. Madeleine was more circumspect. She taught privately, 1 or 2 students at a time, carefully vetted. Women, mostly, who wanted to learn to defend themselves and didn't ask too many questions about why a young man would be willing to teach them. One such student was a widow named Caterina, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, who saw through Madeleine's disguise within 3 lessons. "I have not said anything," she told Madeleine over wine one evening, "because it is not my business. But you should know that Florence is full of people living as they must rather than as they are told. You're not as alone as you think." The words were a gift Madeleine had not known she needed. That night she told Christophe about the conversation, and he held her while she cried, not from fear but from the release of tension she had carried for so long that she had forgotten it was there. "You see," he murmured into her hair, We can do this. We are doing this. I know, it's just strange to believe it. Yes, I understand. I wake some mornings and think I have dreamed you, dreamed all of this. She pulled back to look at him. And what do you do then? I reach for you, and you are real. And I remember that sometimes the impossible is simply the difficult disguised as the unattainable. She kissed him, long and deep. You're becoming a philosopher. I am becoming happy. It is terrifying. Good, she said. We can be terrified together. Spring became summer. Summer faded into autumn. They built routines. Morning coffee in the courtyard, evenings walking through the city streets, nights tangled together in the bed they had learned to share. There were still moments of fear. Word from Paris, carried by travellers, spoke of the investigation into Beaulieu's identity. The authorities had found the salle d'armes empty. The instructor vanished, but suspicion lingered like smoke. "Do you regret it?" Madeleine asked one night, after particularly disturbing news. "Leaving?" Christophe considered the question seriously. "I regret the necessity of it. I regret that the world is what it is. But choosing you, choosing this life, no, never. Even though we must still be careful. Even so, Madeleine, I spent 30 years being exactly what I was supposed to be. Perfect, presentable, empty. I am done with that. I would rather be imperfect and real with you than perfect and alone without you. You are not imperfect. I am deeply imperfect. I am reckless and impulsive, and I have thrown away a comfortable life for something uncertain and difficult." He pulled her close. "And I have never been happier." She tucked her head beneath his chin. "Nor have I. It frightens me sometimes, this happiness, as though it might be taken away. Then we will simply have to hold it tightly while we can." The proposal came in October, presented by Katerina over dinner. "There is a man," she said, "who wishes to open a school, not for young nobles learning to duel, but for practical defence. He needs instructors who understand that a blade is a tool, not a toy. I thought of you both." Christophe and Madeleine exchanged glances. "Both of us?" Christophe asked. "You think I have not noticed that you teach together? That you move around each other as though you share one mind?" Katerina smiled. "My late husband was a swordsman. I know what partnership in the blade looks like." "It would require revealing," Madeleine started. "Not necessarily. The school would welcome anyone willing to learn, regardless of sex or station. If you wish to teach as you are," a meaningful look at Madeleine, "you could. If you wish to maintain your disguise, that also would be acceptable. The choice would be yours." The offer hung between them, tempting and terrifying. "May we consider it?" Christophe asked. "Of course. But do not wait too long. The world may be slow to change, but it does change, and opportunities like this do not come often." They discussed it late into the night, weighing freedom against exposure, possibility against fear. "What do you want?" Christophe asked finally. Madeleine was quiet for a long time. "I want to stop hiding," she said at last. "I want to teach as myself, whoever that is. I want to wake in the morning and not spend the first hour constructing a mask." She looked at him. "But I will not risk you for my freedom." "Then risk us both for our shared freedom. Because I want the same things you do. I want a life where we can be ourselves together, without apology. It could all fall apart. It could. Or it could work. We will not know unless we try." Madeleine took his hand. "Then let us try." The school opened in the new year, in a converted warehouse near the Arno. The sign above the door read Accademia della Lama, Academy of the Blade, and below it, in smaller letters, Instructors, Valmont and Beaulieu. They taught together, Christophe in his gentleman's attire, Madeleine in whatever clothing suited the day, sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, sometimes something in between. Their students were a mix of men and women, young and old, wealthy and poor. Some left when they realised the truth. Most stayed. Word spread, as it always did. But in Florence, among the expatriates and artists, and those who had come to the city specifically because it asked fewer questions than other places, the scandal never quite caught fire. Instead, what spread was reputation. The academy became known for producing students who understood the blade not as a symbol of status but as an extension of will, who fought with precision and intelligence rather than brute force, who carried themselves with a confidence that came from competence rather than privilege, and at the centre of it the two instructors, who moved around each other like dancers, who finished each other's sentences, who demonstrated techniques with a partnership that went beyond mere skill. People speculated, naturally, but speculation without confirmation is just noise, and Christophe and Madeleine had learned to live in the space between truth and revelation. They did not flaunt their relationship, but neither did they hide it. They lived as they could, partners in work, partners in life, partners in the small domestic rituals that made a life worth living. On the anniversary of their first lesson, Christophe found Madeleine in the empty practice hall, running through forms in the early morning light. "May I join you?" he asked. She smiled and tossed him a practice blade. "Always." They moved through the familiar patterns, the dance they had been learning for over a year now, advance and retreat, attack and parry, the constant negotiation of space and distance and pressure. At the end, they stood facing each other, blades crossed at the guard, neither pressing for advantage. "To first blood?" Madeleine asked, eyes bright with challenge. "No," Christophe said. "To happiness, to freedom, to us." He lowered his blade in salute. She returned the gesture, and they stood like that in the morning light. Two people who had risked everything for the chance to be themselves together. "Was it worth it?" Madeleine asked quietly. Christophe looked at her. This woman who had taught him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be vulnerable anyway. Who had shown him that love was not possession, but recognition. Who had transformed his life from something he endured into something he chose, daily, with full knowledge of its costs and its gifts. "Every moment," he said, "every single one." She crossed the distance between them and kissed him, there in the space where they had first begun to see each other truly. The kiss tasted like salt and morning and promise. When they broke apart, she took his hand. "Come, we have students in an hour and I want breakfast first. Practical as always. Someone has to be." They walked out together into the Florentine morning, hand in hand, no longer hiding. Behind them the practice hall waited, empty now, but soon to be filled with the sound of steel on steel, the scrape of boots on wood, the patient instruction that turned fear into competence and strangers into students. It was a small life, perhaps, measured against the grand ambitions of Paris society, but it was theirs, built with intention and protected with love, and that they had learned was enough, more than enough. It was everything. In the quiet moments, when the day's work was done, and they sat together watching the sun set over the Arno, Christophe would sometimes ask Madeleine what she was thinking. "That I am happy," she would reply, "and that I spent so long being afraid of exactly this." "Do you still fear it?" "Every day, but I have learned that fear is not a reason to stop. It is simply a companion on the journey. A wise philosophy. I learned it from someone who taught me that the blade is not the point. The point is what you choose to defend with it." "And what do you defend?" She would take his hand then, threading their fingers together. "This. Us. The life we have made from impossibility and stubbornness and love. A formidable defence. The only one worth maintaining." And in the gathering dark, with the city lights beginning to glow like earthbound stars, they would sit together. Two people who had learned that sometimes the bravest act is not to fight, but to choose vulnerability, to let down the armour and trust that what is revealed will be met with recognition rather than rejection. to love and be loved for exactly who you are. This was their promise, made once in darkness, renewed daily in light, and it held. Smoke and Sapphires. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auction house, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, the blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful, and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale. 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire, and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near-silent hiss, and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem's stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodung, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payment's in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodin whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognised from hush-hush rumours in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate, their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodan had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face. A burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them. 4, 5, maybe more. A cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodan's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream, memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard, a cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped, and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe, likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces. She scanned the space, an ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona." AC. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. Jade's throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom. But something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing, or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. "You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now you'll repay that debt, one way or another." Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She'd always survived on her own terms. But this time, she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellanu's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile, as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself. All shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Nightlights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal, decanter, and 2 tumblers. "Sit," he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard. But his men were undoubtedly outside the door and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the blue siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience and money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. "I knew you would try for the Sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Rodain in place." She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Or do you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me, and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes where every rule felt like a cage came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you. No strings. For now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls, each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring gone sour. But on the third day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding, a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol. Proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, "My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says. She's thorough." Jade's eyes narrowed. "I don't do well with partners." "Neither do I," Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence." Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. "We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There'll be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down." Jade nodded. "And Ash? Where is he?" Valentina's expression hardened. "He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job." Under the cover of darkness they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gate, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it. An emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly, we have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. Got it? Jade held it up, panting. Good, let's get out of here. Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom, or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. Nicely done, he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. You continue to impress. Jade folded her arms. So, that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement? He set the emerald on his desk. We'll see. Jade, trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow. Before she could protest, he turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet, an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes? Or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset. And when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights, where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet, each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren, but still mesmerizing. For the fire in your eyes, he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. Why? She finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half smile. Because I can. It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired. But there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting, on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought, but a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. I should have knocked properly, he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. Surprised you bother with politeness now. He let out a soft chuckle. You're free to kick me out. Am I? She asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. I want to show you something. He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, Along with a desire to end, the suffocating tension made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed." He paused, gaze turning distant. "Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself." Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions, or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed. But Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty, she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce, bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean? We have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she'd built around herself, and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back. No luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus," Jade bristled. "No risk there." Valentina's gaze was icy. "Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it." Jade forced a cool nod. Inside, she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil, or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth, trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted, and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash, and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector, rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance, and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on, sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade, covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. I never... He cut her off, voice razor sharp. Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood. Something inside Jade snapped. If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you? She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off 2 more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached a safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives, and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally, Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty, or something twisted to confirm your paranoia. Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game. Then maybe you're just incompetent, she fired back. Though regret stabbed her immediately. She knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped. Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hotwired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognized the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running," he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realize." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "Then that's my burden to bear." For a long moment neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week, marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap. But Valentina waved her, white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. "Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him." Jade's heart thumped. "Why should I believe you?" Valentina's eyes flashed. "Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead." After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet, something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who'd ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait, accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim, his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face. Shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time, I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realized she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat. But Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash. Behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you." Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life. Twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-button shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian Ash Castellano and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger. Its centerpiece, the blue siren sapphire, once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her. Their hands entwined, and for a moment the ghosts of their past receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them, trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf.